Hello! How's everybody doing? We've got a chill stream planned for tonight. Hopefully people are not particularly bothered by seeing my physical hands that I have in real life. Because I've got the webcam going for this one. Because I've got magic on the mind right now. I have magical cards in my thoughts, so the big plan is I'm going to lay out a commander deck that I have pulled together. It's an old deck that I think I tossed a couple of newer cards into. I might have to rummage around in the closet a little bit every now and then to try and find a specific card that that I vaguely recall having. You have physical hands. Damn, humble brag. Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, I don't have a lot of gaming planned for today because I'm not actually going to play the deck. I'm just going to be putting protective sleeves on the deck. But I can actually go ahead and switch over to the playlist. What do we got? Sure, something chill to start out with. Haha! Cards! I had to put some thought into which cards I was going to have laid out here as my my webcam test. There's a bit of glare. I have two light sources. One is in that direction, and the other is in that direction. I got nothing over there because I don't really have any space for it. But I'm doing my best. So these are some of the full art lands from Unfinity, which was not as much fun a set to play as Unstable, but still pretty cool. And as a quick test of the webcam's autofocus... Oop, sorry. Ooh. You can see the reflection of the webcam there, but the autofocus is pretty good. You can see the card pretty decent like that. You heard magic? You heard correct. 5-color deck? No, this was just a visual test while I was trying to get the webcam working correctly, which took so much effort because I learned that if I try and mess around with the webcam settings thing, it's weird. Okay, so I can change the settings in the webcam. It's here. Let me talk with my hands now that I can do that. So, in OBS, which is on that monitor instead of that monitor, you can open up like the settings for the webcam itself, and with the webcam itself, there's like a list of settings that OBS can touch directly, but then there's a list of settings that go straight to the webcam's firmware. Touching the sliders in the latter set of settings will sometimes make the webcam crash, which is not great. Also, okay. I forgot to set it up because I spent too much time trying to get the webcam up and working. I was going to do a joke donation incentive of like $50 to get me to switch to the way hornier playmat. Because believe it or not, this is the non-horny one. This is Brimaz, King of Oreskos, who I have several copies of a card of. I actually don't have one in this deck, and there should be one in this deck, but I only have so many copies, and it's already in like 3 of my decks. What moisturizer do you use? None. I use Dove soap when I wash my body, and we have moisturizing hand soap in all the little pumps around the house, and that's about it. Where is... Here it is. Boop. Oh, the Spotify window. Good point. I need to clean up my sources again. You're not. Oh, that's why. There we go. That's not soap, that's magic cards. That's true. This is my Ishin 2 Heavens as 1 commander deck, which is my favorite deck overall, but this one's already sleeved. So I'm trying to find a specific card. This deck does have a bunch of cards that should probably also be in my, the deck that I'm about to be... Ooh, Ape Escape music. So, this is the deck that I'm about to be sleeving. But there's a couple of cards in here that should probably be in that deck, but I don't know if I have enough copies for it. We've got Generous Gift. 2 and a white for an instant. Destroy target permanent. Not non-land permanent. You can blow up a land with this if you want. Its controller creates a 3/3 green elephant creature token. So this is really good for if your opponent has a bunch of stuff that's very bad for you, and you just need to get rid of the one thing that's going to make them win the game. And for some decks, that's a land. Gee, Ishin, how come your mom lets you have 2 heavens? Oh, man. We got some talismans, we got some signets, Teferi's Protection. One of the most hated cards in Commander, I believe. Ooh, there we go. 2 and a white for an instant. Until your next turn, your life total can't change, so it can't go up or go down for any reason. And you have protection from everything. All permanents you control phase out, and exile this card so you can't get it back from your graveyard and cast it again. Yeah, this card is pretty rude, because usually one of the big ways that people will use it is someone is casting a spell that will destroy all creatures. Maybe you are the one casting a spell that will destroy all creatures. And so you cast this, and say, oh, my creatures don't exist until my next turn. And if they don't exist, they can't be destroyed. So that's pretty funny. Here he is! Ooh, let's bring it up close. Ooh, come on, autofocus, you can do it. I believe. Oh. Come on. What if it's like the only thing... Woo! Come on. Brimaz, King of Oreskos, costs 3 mana. Come on. There we go. Costs 3 mana. He's a 3/4 cat soldier. He has vigilance, so he doesn't tap to attack. Whenever he attacks, put a 1/1 white cat creature token onto the battlefield with... Oh, and the token also has vigilance. And it comes onto the battlefield attacking. And whenever he blocks, he makes a 1/1 white cat creature token with vigilance that's also blocking that creature. So whether he's attacking or whether he's blocking, he brings a friend with him. And that's what this deck really wants to do, just in general. Because the commander of the deck... Ooh. Hey! Ishin, 2 Heavens is 1. For a red, a white, and a black mana, you get a 3/4 human samurai, and if a creature attacking causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. So, whenever Brimaz attacks, instead of getting 1 cat that is attacking, you get 2 cats that are coming in and attacking. The guy who sounds like an utter chaos man. This guy is pretty well controlled as far as commander decks can go. That deck has so many painful attack triggers. Yeah, so one of the big things that the deck likes to do is it likes to make more creatures whenever it likes to have creatures that make more creatures when they attack. And, like, that's plan A. But then, once I have a bunch of creatures onto the battlefield that have been created from my creatures attacking, then I have other creatures that have other attack triggers like get an extra combat, or make all of your opponents lose life equal to the number of attacking creatures, and stuff like that. So that deck is pretty rude. It can be pretty powerful. That is a hot lion man. Yeah, Brimaz is really good. So this deck, the commander is a hot cat lady. Kemba Ka Regent, 3 mana for a 2/4, legendary cat cleric. At the beginning of your upkeep, so at the start of your turn after you have untapped all of your mana and all of your other permanents, put a 2/2 white cat creature token onto the battlefield for each equipment attached to Kemba Ka Regent. So what this deck likes to do is it likes to put a lot of equipment on Kemba and make a million cats, and all of those cats attack my opponents to death. As you can see, I started sleeving this deck, and then I was like, well, I'm streaming on Friday, and that's a pretty weird time, so maybe I'll do a different kind of stream. And I remember Cat Underscores mentioning to me, like, hey, I really enjoyed that stream where you just, like, sleeved a bunch of cards and talked about them. And I was like, I could do that. So I started sleeving the deck, and then decided that I would do this. So I'm not gonna, like, do the whole webcam thing for every single one of these cards. For most of them, I'm just gonna go over them pretty quick. Leonin Elder is a 1/1 cat for a single mana. Whenever an artifact comes into play, you may gain a life, so you don't have to, if you're in a weird situation. This is not artifacts you control, and this is not non-token artifacts, so if my opponent makes like 10 treasures, then I get to gain 10 life. So that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, you hella can't see this guy thanks to the glare. But that's okay, because I don't have that many 1-drops. In fact, I think that's my only 1-drop creature in this deck. We've got Oreskos Explorer. 2 mana 2/2 for a cat scout. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for up to X plains cards, where X is the number of players who control more lands than you. Reveal those cards, put them into your hand, and then shuffle your library. So, white, as a color in Commander, generally has struggled in the past with ways of getting extra lands onto the battlefield, ways of generating extra mana, and stuff like that. White has gotten a lot better at this over time, but this card comes from a time where this was like one of the best ways for you to like go find lands in your deck and get them to your hand, so you're always hitting your land drops. Because White also, at the time, was much worse at drawing cards. So, it's a cat, it does a beneficial thing, it's in the deck. Great. Leonin Sky Hunter. It is a 2/2 flying cat knight for white, and that's it. So a lot of cards in this deck are older cards from before a lot of better cards have been printed. But also with this deck, I recall when I first built this deck, I was very determined to make the creatures in this deck cat anthros only, like anthropomorphic cats only. Which does mean there are a couple of very mediocre cards like this, because a 2/2 flying creature for 2 mana is pretty good, like, in limited or certain constructed formats, but for Commander, it's very not impactful. But it's a cat, which is relevant, and the fact that it flies means that it is much better at hitting my opponents with equipment. And sometimes I have equipment that cares about dealing combat damage to opponents. But also, if that cat is carrying a sword or something, then it's probably going to be dealing more damage to my opponent when it hits. Leonin Shikari is one of the more interesting and best cards in this deck. 2 mana 2/2 cat soldier. You may play equip abilities at any time you would play an instant. So with Leonin Shikari, you can shuffle around how your creatures are equipped with all of your various pieces of equipment. So, where's a good example? Sure, Sword of Vengeance. Sword of Vengeance is an equipment. I'll show this off because some people might not be familiar with equipment. 3 mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2 power, +0 toughness, and has first strike, vigilance, trample, and haste. And you can equip it for 3 generic mana. So you pay 3 mana and attach this piece of equipment to target creature you control. Equip only as a sorcery. So, this card, I guess I'll go ahead and sleeve it while I got my hands on it. This card is a solid piece of equipment, especially for Commander, where 3 mana is not a massive cost. It's definitely not a great piece of equipment. I probably wouldn't have it in this deck if I had better equipment. Oh. I'm sure the focus will come back to be correct. Eventually, maybe. Well, now the webcam is stuck up here. Yeah, I hella don't have a Shadow Spear. And that would be extremely good in this deck. Well, I could I could go into the webcam settings. Oh, this is so risky. Configure video, camera control, turn off autofocus, and then turn it back on. Great. That could have gone poorly, but it went fine. So yeah, Sword of Vengeance. It was better at the time that I first built this deck, which was like 4 years ago. Or something like that. Probably longer. When did we start playing Magic again? Like 2017 or something? And this was one of the first Commander decks that I built. So this probably would have been 5 years ago, maybe? Maybe longer. So yeah, equipment are artifacts that you cast them, and then you pay the equip cost to attach the equipment to a creature to give the creature some kind of benefit. So that's the game plan of this deck. 6 mana for all that stuff is pretty okay. It's not unless you are playing a deck that is designed around it. But I am, so... This is one of the non-cat creatures in the deck. Sram Senior Edificer is a 2-mana 2/2 Dwarf Advisor. Whenever you cast an aura, equipment, or vehicle spell, draw a card. So this guy is really good in the deck, because I want to have a lot of equipment. And this guy says, oh, you cast equipment? How about you draw a card? And many people will say that those are the 3 greatest words in Magic. Thought you'd been playing Magic longer than that. Yeah, no. Once we started playing Magic, we went to basically every pre-release and just played in person and stuff. When we got in, we got all the way in. Oh, some of these sleeves are a little scuffed. It's probably fine. Adorned Pouncer is a 2-mana 1/1 cat that has double strike and Eternal Eyes. I have a fancier printing of this card. Here, let me go get it. So, one thing... Hang on. I knocked the thing off my shelf. Yeah, yeah. Alright. Ooh. So this is my card binder. And this is the page of my binder where I put my cats. So we've got a couple of different Ajanis. We've got Regal Caracal, Prowling Serpopard, a very cool foil Blade of the Sixth Pride. But... Ooh, shiny! And different art. So, the main reason why I'm not playing that version of the Adorned Pouncer in this deck is because... One of the main reasons why I'm putting this deck back together is so that, it will be available for someone else to potentially play now that there are more people around here playing Magic. And so I'm using this version of the card because this version of the card has the reminder text for Eternal Eyes, which is a mechanic that showed up in one set and then was used for like 2 cards outside of that set. Frilsby and Galsby being what got you into Magic. Yeah, I do recall that story, and that is a very funny story, but it's a good Magic story to get into. But yeah, Eternal Eyes was from Hour of Devastation. So, what Eternal Eyes is, finally, getting around to it, it has a cost, so it says on this card, Eternalize for 3 white, so a total of 5 mana. Exile this card from your graveyard, so it has to be in your graveyard, either from dying or discarding or whatever. Create a token that is a copy of it, except it's a 4/4 black zombie cat with no mana cost. Eternalize only as a sorcery. So, a 2-mana 1/1 with Double Strike is fine. Like, sometime in the right kind of deck, like a deck where you're playing a lot of equipment, that might be okay. But then, if it ever dies, you can pay 5 mana to get a 4/4 Double Striker. So that's pretty neat. There's not many good Eternalized creatures, but the ones that are whip ass. Yeah, one of the biggest examples of a good Eternalized creature is Eternal Witness, which is 1 green for a 2/1 Elf Druid? Or something along those lines. When it enters the battlefield, you get a card from your graveyard back into your hand. And then you can Eternalize it for 7 mana. So then you get a 4/4 that brings a card back from your graveyard to your hand. And that's a lot of mana, but if it costs green, so it's a green card, and usually if you're playing green, having a sip of tea, by the way, usually you can generate a lot of mana. Right, Timeless Witness is the one that eternalizes. Eternal Witness is the one that doesn't. My mistake, how could I forget? Eternal Witness was around way before the Eternalize mechanic ever came out, so... hey! It is the one other non-cat creature in this deck, I think. So here we have Pure Steel Paladin. He is a 2-mana 2/2, much like many of the cards in this deck. He's a human knight, and whenever an equipment enters the battlefield under your control, you may draw a card. That's fantastic. That can even be better than SRAM's effect, because sometimes there are ways in this deck to generate multiple pieces of equipment without casting them. And I'll get around to that. But this guy also has Metalcraft, which... Metalcraft is a weird reminder keyword, but basically Metalcraft cares about you controlling 3 or more artifacts. So this guy's Metalcraft effect is, equipment you control have equip 0 as long as you control 3 or more artifacts. So with this guy on the battlefield, you don't have to pay equip costs on sticking your equipment to anything, which is great. Something that, you know, getting to do something for free is pretty powerful. And this guy, along with Leonin Shikari, who lets you equip at instant speed, just lets you fuck around with combat in a lot of different ways. Because then, like, I have Leonin Shikari out, I have Pure Steel Paladin out, and I have at least 3 pieces of equipment. At any time, I can move that equipment around, so I can move my Sword of Vengeance off of Kemba and move it over to the Paladin at basically any time for free. And then I could move it over to my Leonin Elder. I can move that piece of equipment around wherever and however I want. So it's like, oh, you're blocking my Pure Steel Paladin with a big-ass creature? Alright, I'm just gonna move the sword off of him over to Kemba instead. And here is another one of the old, common, not very good cats. It's a 2/2 for 2? What? It's a cat soldier, and as long as it is equipped, it has First Strike and Lifelink. That's fine. It does mean she gets slightly less value out of the Sword of Vengeance, because you don't get double First Strike if you have multiple sources of First Strike. I have a Rude Boy. This guy is just a good white card to have in a lot of decks, as long as you are not going to be affected by his effect too badly in comparison to your opponents. This card is the kind of card that you play in Death and Taxes. So Leonin Arbiter is a 2/2 for 2 mana. What? He's a cat cleric. Players cannot search libraries. This includes you. Any player may pay 2 mana for that player to ignore this effect until end of turn. So, there's a lot of effects that people will play in Magic in general, but especially in Commander, that will search your library for a card for a variety of reasons. Actually. Aha! I think I have a Sword of the Animist in this deck. There's a bunch of cards in my Ishin deck that should be in the Kemba deck that I just don't have extra copies of. Godless Shrine. I skip past one. The wording on Leonin Arbiter is so bad. You have to pay his toll before you're trying to search. Yeah, so if you have an effect that wants you to search your library for a card, how it works is you have the effect, and it goes on the stack. So that could be a spell, that could be an effect from a card, like a permanent, or something like that. Permanents being things that stay on the battlefield. Creatures, lands, artifacts, stuff like that. So you could have a card that will search your library. And it's like, hey, go find an artifact out of your library. So, alright, pick up my deck, go and find, alright, cool, Talisman of Conviction. Great. This is the card I want, so I'm going to take this card and put it onto the battlefield, put it into my hand, whatever the card wants you to do. Leonin Arbiter says, hey, if you try and resolve that effect, so you try and let the spell resolve, you try and let the ability resolve, then Leonin Arbiter, as soon as that effect tries to happen, Leonin Arbiter says, no, 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 no. And at that point, it is too late. At that point, where Leonin Arbiter says, no, 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 the effect just doesn't happen. The effect just goes away. Because what you have to do is, while the spell is on the stack, like, I am casting the spell that will go find the card out of my deck. Alright, while that spell is on the stack, before it resolves, before it happens, I will pay 2 mana to ignore Leonin Arbiter's effect. As soon as you say, alright, time to resolve the spell, too late. You're fricked. It's an old card. There's a lot of old cards that are like that. It's not great. Ooh, fancy lands. Aha! I thought I had fetches in this deck. Oh, I might have fetches in this deck. Ah, here's one. But this is a simpler one. So, Prismatic Vista. This one gets the focus treatment. Oh wait, no, I don't even need it. It's a land, and you tap it and pay 1 life, and sacrifice it to search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, and shuffle your library. So, my opponent has Leonin Arbiter out. I play Prismatic Vista. I tap and sacrifice Prismatic Vista. If I do not pay 2 mana, then I have used my land for the turn to sacrifice it and pay 1 life to do nothing. Because it says, search your library for that land and put it out onto the battlefield. Leonin Arbiter says, no, no, no. So yeah. Rude boy. That deck over there for right now. Sleeve. A Johnny's Sunstriker. It's a 2/2 for how much mana? That's right, 2. It's a cat cleric, and it has lifelink. And that's it. This is not a good card. I mean, it's fine in... Well, it's not even fine in Limited, because it costs 2 white mana. Hey, we got a good cat up next. Let's put him in his sleeve. We've got Leonin Relic Warder. 2 mana for a 2/2 cat cleric! When he enters the battlefield, you may exile target artifact or enchantment. When he leaves the battlefield, return the exiled card to the battlefield under its owner's control. So this kind of effect, you can do a lot of really goofy, like, corner case niche shenanigans, but the big thing is this guy gets rid of an artifact or enchantment, so like Sword of Vengeance. If my opponent has the Sword of Vengeance, then I cast Leonin Relic Warder, and I say, alright, I'm gonna exile Sword of Vengeance. Alright, cool. So then, usually the way that people will represent that is like, it's tucked up under Leonin Relic Warder. And so, Sword of Vengeance is gone. It is exiled. It is out of the game. But, if Leonin Relic Warder goes away for any reason, then Sword of Vengeance comes back. And it goes back to that player's control. Hand reveal. It's not the first time, but yes. I'm playing a bunch of Magic tomorrow, so I've just been thinking about Magic. So I decided, hey, I'm gonna just goof around with some Magic cards on stream, because I have a nice webcam. Might as well use it. But yeah, Leonin Relic Warder, actual playable cat, as opposed to a lot of these other cats. Enlightened Aesthetic? Aesthetic? Enlightened Ascetic. This card used to see more play until much better versions of it have been printed, except this one is the only one of those that's a cat. 2 mana for a 1/1 cat monk. When it enters the battlefield, you may destroy target enchantment. It'll probably come up. A lot of cards are enchantments nowadays. There are enchantment lands, even. So, Enlightened Ascetic, it doesn't do a whole lot as a creature, but when it enters the battlefield, it destroys a thing. Great. Love it. Also, Hype Train, and I have my window open today, so hopefully it's not too loud. Where's the... Ooh! I got noise canceled pretty well. King of the Pride. Hey, a good card. Or a good cat creature. It's just a lion. It's a 3 mana 2/1 cat. Other cats you control get +2/+1. Great! So when King of the Pride is out, then all of my other cats get stronger. And that kind of effect is really helpful because Kemba is trying to make a lot of cats. Enchantments are fucked up. How are you supposed to destroy those non-land permanents? By playing a color other than red. With blue, you can counter the spells before they resolve, so before they become a permanent on the battlefield. Or you can bounce them to your opponent's hand and force them to cast it again. But with red, red can destroy artifacts pretty decently. But red just does not interact with enchantments, really, outside of effects that are random, where they can destroy any permanent. Like Haphazard Bombardment, which is the card that I had in mind when I referred to that. Next up, we've got Skyhunter Skirmisher. It is a 3-mana 1/1 cat knight. It has flying, and it has double strike. That's pretty good if I have ways of making it strong, or pieces of equipment that care about hitting my opponent, because if a creature has double strike, that means it deals both first strike damage and regular damage. Oh yeah, this card has the reminder text for double strike on it. That's nice. So if you have an effect that happens when a creature deals combat damage to an opponent, double strike makes that effect happen twice. All cards are good if you have ways of making them strong, if you think about it. So true. Oh right, this was a new addition to this deck. Another non-cat, unfortunately. Danitha Capuchin Paragon. 3-mana 2/2 human knight with first strike, vigilance, and lifelink. Aura and equipment spells you cast cost 1 less. Great! Makes my equipment cheaper. Love to see it. Next up, we've got Skyhunter Cub. 3-mana 2/2 cat knight. As long as Skyhunter Cub is equipped, it gets +1/+1 and has flying. That's pretty mediocre. Hey, good card! Oh shit. Man, I added a bunch, I added multiple non-cat creatures to this deck, but we'll get to that one in a sec. But we got Ballin'! Actually, this one has pretty cool art. Let's give it the focus treatment, maybe. You can maybe read that text, right? Balan Wandering Knight is a 4-mana 3/3 cat knight. It has first strike, has double strike as long as 2 or more equipment are attached to it, and you can pay 1 and a white to, at any time, at instant speed, attach all equipment you control to Balan. So, if having a ton of cats, thanks to Kemba, is not winning you the game, then instead you can put all of your eggs into a different basket, and this basket is going to hit your opponent very hard. And next we have a bird! Kishar, Ancestor's Apostle, is a 4-mana 2/2 bird cleric with flying. Whenever you cast a historic spell, return target creature card with converted mana cost 3 or less from your graveyard. Now what's a historic spell, you might ask? Well, this card has reminder text on it. The reminder text says, artifacts, legendaries, so any spell that is legendary. So, Tashar itself is legendary, Balan is legendary, Kemba is legendary, and sagas are historic. I don't have any sagas in any of my decks, I think, so I don't have any good examples to show off. But, hey, I cast an equipment. I'm gonna get back, SRAM. Alright, I cast Balan. I'm gonna get back Leonin Relic Warder or something. It's a cool effect in a deck where you want to be casting legendary... you want to be casting historic spells pretty frequently. Which this deck does want to do, because it has a lot of artifacts. Car Knight? I don't know, it's blurry. I'm sorry. It's a cat, I promise. We've got Skyhunter Patrol. It's a 4-mana 2/3 flying first strike cat knight. It's not very good. But things that have flying are pretty good to put swords on. So that's something. Hey, we got DJ Jazzy Jeff. Jazal Goldmane. He's a 4-mana 4/4 legendary cat warrior. I haven't been mentioning if things are legendary. My bad. He has first strike, and you can pay 3 white, so 5 mana, to give attacking creatures you control +X until end of turn, where X is the number of attacking creatures. So, if I have made a bunch of cats with Kemba, then I can use Jazal to make all of those cats fucking huge. So that's pretty good. Tajnar Swordsmith is a 4-mana 2/3 cat soldier. When he enters the battlefield, you may pay X. If you do, search your library for an equipment card with converted mana cost X or less. Nowadays, they say mana value instead of converted mana cost. And what that is it is the total amount of mana that you are spending on a thing. So that includes colored mana. So Tajnar Swordsmith, it costs 3 and a white, so it has a mana value of 4. So yeah, this guy, you pay mana, and he goes and gets a piece of equipment out of your library, and then puts it directly onto the battlefield, which is pretty cool. Next up is Leonin Abunas. 4-mana 2/5. This cat's ass is so fat. 4-mana 2/5 Cat Cleric. Artifacts you control can't be the target of spells or abilities your opponents control. So this guy makes it so your opponents can't blow up all of your cool pieces of equipment. He's a pretty fun guy. Regal Caracal, or Caracal, or Sarasal, depending on how you pronounce it. 5-mana 3/3 cat. Other cats you control get +1/+1 and have lifelink, which is pretty good. Thank you, Windows Defender. And when Regal Caracal enters the battlefield, create 2 1/1 cat creature tokens with lifelink, just in case Regal Caracal itself goes away. The cats that it brings along will still have lifelink. So that's cool. Spirit of the Hearth is a 6-mana 4/5 flying cat spirit, and it says you have hexproof. You being its controller. You can't be the target of spells or abilities your opponents control. So if your opponent is targeting you for any reason, Spirit of the Hearth says no, not allowed. You as in Kocha specifically. Yeah, exactly. And I believe this is the last creature of the deck. Raksha Golden Cub. 7-mana 3/4. Oh wow. You can tell this is an older card, because it is a creature cat soldier legend. So they used to put the legend part after the type line, or after the rest of the type line. So like, compare these two. Legendary is on this side of the hyphen, while this guy, legend, is on the other side of the hyphen. Ooh. And even before that, when legendary creatures were first coming out, I believe the legendary effect was part of the text box, not as part of the type box, which is interesting. So Raksha Golden Cub, 7-mana 3/4 cat soldier legend. Attacking doesn't cause Raksha Golden Cub to tap, because this was before Vigilance was made a thing that was like, you just put Vigilance on this card now. But back then, Vigilance didn't exist, but the effect still existed. And it says, the second part says, as long as Raksha is equipped, cats you control get +2/+2 and have double strike. Also, this has lyrics. I'm sorry, I don't like to skip it, but it's gonna speech jam me. So yeah, Raksha makes all of your cats big and cool and buff and strong. And now we get into the artifacts, of which there are a lot. This pile is all artifacts. And to start off, it is one of my favorite artifacts of this deck. Masterwork of Ingenuity is an artifact equipment. You may have Masterwork of Ingenuity enter the battlefield as a copy of any equipment on the battlefield. So if one of your opponents has a cooler piece of equipment than you, then you can make Masterwork Ingenuity come in as a copy of that equipment instead of one of your dumb equipments. And it only costs 1 mana! You know what else costs 1 mana? A bunch more artifacts, actually. Wow. We've got Bloodforged Battle Axe, which is a 1 mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0, and it has an equipped cost of 2. So, for 3 mana, give a creature +2/+0. It could be worse, but it could be a lot better. But there's more. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, create a token that is a copy of Bloodforged Battle Axe. So if I give this to one of my creatures that has Double Strike, and that creature with Double Strike hits my opponent twice, then I get 2 more Bloodforged Battle Axes. And that's really good, because this deck also likes to cheat on ways of equipping equipment to creatures. So, like, Pure Steel Paladin says, oh, you have 3 Bloodforged Battle Axes now? Cool. Equipping all of them is now free. You gotta pay for the first one to put it on the cat so you can get the Double Strike. Cheating, that's not very nice. A lot of the best Magic cards are all about cheating, if you really think about it. This card isn't cheating, but it is unfair. Skull Clamp is a 1 mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1 power, -1 toughness. So it's like, okay, upside downside. It costs 1 mana to equip. Okay, cool. But it also says, when equipped creature is put into a graveyard, which is to say, whenever equipped creature dies, you draw 2 cards. 2. You don't draw 1 card, you draw 2. Thank you very much for the follow, Nyoho Zeppeli. So, this card is a bit worse in this deck specifically, because the big, like, a lot of the tokens that I am making, a lot of the tokens that I'm making are 2/2 cats. So, Skull Clamp is not as good in this deck, but it's still pretty good. Can't believe they let you have Pot of Greed in Magic. Yeah. So, if you have a creature that only has 1 toughness, then you can equip Skull Clamp to that creature that only has 1 toughness. Skull Clamp gives it -1 toughness. It becomes 0. And the creature then dies. And then you get to draw 2 cards. So you're paying 2 mana to draw 2 cards, which is already not bad. But Skull Clamp stays on the battlefield, and you can just, if you have a bunch of creatures that only have 1 toughness, you can just keep moving it from a creature to creature and just keep drawing a ton of cards. Like, you're sacrificing your creatures, but you get to draw a bunch of cards. But also, in this deck, it's also just fine because I can put Skull Clamp on Kemba. So if Kemba dies, then I get to draw 2 cards. Cool. If Kemba doesn't die, then Kemba has a piece of equipment attached to her, so I'm making a 2/2 every turn. So that's pretty neat. Next up, we've got Stoneforge Masterwork, which is not amazing, but it can be pretty fun in this deck. So, 1 mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control that shares each other creature. Sorry, that matters because that means it doesn't count itself. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each other creature you control that shares a creature type with it. So, if I have Stoneforge Masterwork equipped on Kemba, and Kemba is the only creature I have on the battlefield, Stoneforge Masterwork doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't make Kemba any stronger. But then, on my upkeep, Kemba says, hey, I've got a piece of equipment attached to me. I'm gonna make a cat. And then Stoneforge Masterwork says, oh cool, there's another creature that shares a creature type with Kemba, because Kemba is a cat. And then Kemba gets +1/+1. So you... Best case scenario in this deck, I have a bunch of cats on the battlefield, so whichever cat I put the Stoneforge Masterwork on is going to be very big. It costs 1 mana, it only equips for 2 mana, so not too bad. Not great. And then we have one of the most powerful cards in Magic up next. But it's Commander, so you gotta play Sol Ring. It's an artifact. It costs a single mana of any color. You can tap it to add 2 generic mana, or 2 colorless mana, as it would be. It would be printed nowadays. You just add 2 colorless mana to your mana pool. So, you can, for example, in this deck, on my first turn, I play a land. I tap that land to play Sol Ring. I can tap Sol Ring. I now have 2 mana, and then I can play 2 of these cheapo pieces of equipment that I have in my hand. Sol Ring, the fact that it is so cheap, the fact that it taps for 2 mana, it is an absolutely ludicrous card that will often determine the outcome of some games. Because a player at the table, like, Commander is a 4-player format, and that's what this deck is built for. This is a Commander deck. So, you have 4 players, you all sit down at the table. If one player plays a Sol Ring on their first turn, and the other 3 don't, that one player who did is at such a huge advantage, it's crazy. Making a strong argument for Sol Ring being fine with what, with that being what you cast off of it. Yeah, it's... Look, I'm saying in this deck, I could immediately start playing stuff because I have cards that don't cost any colored mana. But realistically, what you do with Sol Ring is, I play a land, I play Sol Ring. On my next turn, I play another land. I then have 4 mana, and I can cast one of these 4 mana spells on my second turn, instead of, normally on my second turn, I would only be able to cast any of these 2 mana cards, which are generally weaker. Turn 1 Sol Ring, exile Simian Spirit Guide, cast Zodiac Dog. Yeah! Now that's powerful magic. Black Blade Reforged! 2 mana legendary artifact equipment. Ooh. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each land you control. So, it's not a gigantic bonus early on, but it can still make your creature a fair bit stronger. But then, as the game goes on, this card gets more and more powerful, because as the game goes on, you're going to play more and more lands. And it has 2 different equip costs. You can equip a legendary creature with Blackblade for only 3 mana, but if you try to equip a regular creature with Blackblade Reforged, it costs 7 mana. So you want to make sure that you're sticking it on legendary creatures. Pearl Medallion. is a 2-mana artifact that only has a static ability that says white spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Great! A lot of my spells are white, so I just get a discount on a lot of cards in my deck. Pretty decent. Dece means decent. Swiftfoot Boots. One of the most common pieces of equipment in Commander. It costs 2 mana for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature has hexproof and haste, meaning none of your opponents can target the creature that has the boots, and it can attack or activate its tap abilities immediately, and it only costs a single mana to equip. Next up is the other most common piece of equipment in Commander, Lightning Greaves. 2 mana for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature has haste and shroud, which means it can't be the target of spells or abilities anyone controls. However, it equips for 0 mana. So you can equip it for free, but you gotta be really careful with this card in a deck that cares about auras or equipment or anything like that, because if you put Lightning Greaves on that creature, then you also cannot equip new pieces of equipment to it, or do anything good to that creature. You can't interact with that creature, but neither can your opponents. Thought Vessel, 2 mana artifact. You have no maximum hand size, and you can tap to add 1 mana. Brian Shue on guitar! You have no maximum hand size, and you can tap to add a single colorless mana to your mana pool. Sometimes it comes up. Usually it doesn't. Usually it just is an artifact that taps for a single colorless mana, and that's fine. You can't put pants on something you can't see. That's so true. Lawyer Dog knows what's up. Marble Diamond! It's a 2-mana artifact that enters the battlefield tapped, and you can tap it to add a single white mana to your mana pool. So that's the downside of getting to have an artifact that taps for colored mana, is usually it costs more, or it comes in tapped, or something along those lines. Loxodon Warhammer is a 3-mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +3/+0 and has trample and lifelink. Not bad. It equips for 3. There's a lot better equipment that I could have in this deck, other than this, but I just don't have them. Sometimes it costs less and comes in untapped. Sometimes. Everything that I say about Magic will usually come with an asterisk. And the asterisk says, unless a card says otherwise. So, hey, this is a really fun card. Mirage Mirror is a 3-mana artifact. It has an activated ability for 2 mana of any color. It becomes a copy of target artifact, creature, enchantment, or land until end of turn. So if one of your opponents has a big cool thing, you can pay 2 mana and say, I have the big cool thing. So just... Oh, you got a big cool dragon? Alright, cool. I have a big cool dragon, I'm gonna hit you with it. Or you have a land that lets you tap for extra mana or something. I don't know, you can do cool stuff with Mirage Mirror. This is one of the cards that is in the deck just because I think it's cool, more than anything else. And hey, here's another one of that kind of card. Mimic Vat is one of my favorite cards in Commander. It costs 3 mana, it's an artifact, and it has Imprint, which says, whenever a non-token creature is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you may exile that card. If you do, return each other card exiled with Mimic Vat into its owner's graveyard. So, what that effect means is, if a creature dies, then you get to put it in the vat. and anything that was already in the vat goes back to its owner's graveyard. The other text on it says you can pay 3 mana of any color, tap it, put a token onto the battlefield that's a copy of the exiled card. It gains haste, and exile it at the beginning of the next end step. So this card can do a lot of really fun stuff, because even if you're not using it on your own stuff, you might get some kind of cool stuff from one of your opponent's creatures, because what it does is you get a copy of whatever card you have exiled with it for a turn. And making a copy of something that has an ability that when it enters the battlefield it does a thing is really powerful, even if you don't care about having it around and it having haste and all that. So like, if I exile Regal Caracal with Mimic Vat, when Regal Caracal enters the battlefield, I get 2 cats. So I can use Mimic Vat to every turn, or every one of my turns, or you can do it at instant speed. You can do this anytime you want, so long as you've got the mana and the artifact is untapped. But it's like, my opponent is going to try and kill one of my cats. Oh, I'm going to make a Regal Caracal, and now that cat is bigger. So it's a fun card, it's a fun effect, because you can do that with your opponent's cool creatures as well. It does cost a lot of mana to try and do that regularly, so it's not a great card, but it's a card I like. Inspiring Statuary. 3 mana artifact. Non-artifact spells you cast have Improvise, which means your artifacts can help cast those spells. Each artifact you tap after you're done activating mana abilities pays for 1 mana. So what this means is, if I have Inspiring Statuary out onto the battlefield, and I want to cast Regal Caracal, I can tap Inspiring Statuary and, like, 2 pieces of equipment to pay for the 3 mana of any color. And then I only have to pay 2 white, and I can cast Regal Caracal. So, since equipment don't have to tap in order to equip or anything like that, even if a creature is attacking and it has a piece of equipment, that equipment is not tapped. That equipment is still untapped. So effects like this let you use your pieces of equipment as like extra mana sources. Yes, it is Convoke, but for artifacts. I forgot that Convoke was reprinted so recently. Convoke is an old mechanic. But they keep bringing it back because it's cool. Strata Scythe is a 3 mana artifact equipment. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for a land card, exile it, and then shuffle your library. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each land on the battlefield with the same name as the exiled card. So if I play Strata Scythe, and I go get a basic Plains out of my deck, then for every basic Plains that anyone controls, this gives a creature +1/+1. Which is pretty cool, because that lets you, if you're playing against other players that are also playing, like, primarily white decks or something like that, then you get extra value out of this card. But it's also fine even if it's only your deck that's playing Plains. Wow, that was loud. It costs 3 to equip, which is a little pricey. Ooh! We've got these 3 cards next. So these 3 cards are they are part of a set of cards, like a trio of cards. And they have a pretty interesting effect. The Helm of Kaldra is a legendary artifact equipment, costs 3 mana. Equipped creature has First Strike, Trample, and Haste, and it equips for 2 mana. And it also has an activated ability that says you can pay 1 mana if you control equipment named Helm of Kaldra, Sword of Kaldra, and Shield of Kaldra. Put a 4/4 colorless avatar legend creature token named Kaldra into play and attach those equipment to it. So, that effect can be pretty handy for, like, oh, all of my creatures got destroyed, but I still have my pieces of equipment. So, if I still have, you know, the 3 pieces of Artifact Exodia out, then even if all my other creatures die, I can still pay mana into Helm of Kaldra to make a new creature, and then stick them all onto that creature. I bet I know what the next cards are. What? No way. So the next card is the Sword of Kaldra. It costs 4 mana, it equips for 4 mana, and equipped creature gets +5/+5, and whenever equipped creature deals damage to a creature, it doesn't have to be combat damage. Whenever equipped creature deals damage to a creature in any way, exile that creature. So if you try and block it, which you probably won't because, well, if you try and block it, then your creature gets exiled, regardless of whether it survives or not. And then we've got the Shield of Kaldra. 4 mana legendary artifact equipment. Equips for 4 mana. Equipment named Sword of Kaldra, Shield of Kaldra, and Helm of Kaldra are indestructible, and equipped creature is indestructible. That's pretty neat. Ooh. We've got a goof-ass card up next. Assault Suit is a 4 mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has haste. Can't attack you or a planeswalker you control, and can't be sacrificed. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you may have that player gain control of the equipped creature until end of turn. If you do, untap it. And you can equip a creature with this for 3 mana. So, one of your friends told you Kaldra equipment is so based and wanted you to type that. I'm glad there are other Kaldra enjoyers out there. The cards originally came out before my time, but they're just a fun set of equipment. And this deck is already not amazing, so I don't really feel bad for putting a couple of subpar cards like that in here. But yeah, Assault Suit is a very funny card, because, you know, let's say I equip, like, alright, I've got all these pieces of equipment here. I have all of these pieces of equipment all attached to one creature. Bad example. Let's say all of these pieces of equipment are attached to Skyhunter Cub. So Skyhunter Cub has First Strike and Vigilance and Trample and Indestructible and +5/+5, and then however big it's getting off of Stratocyte's effect. So Skyhunter Cub is just like a 30/30 or whatever, just a giant creature. And it also has Assault Suit attached to it. So, alright, so, you know, I go to combat, I attack someone with Skyhunter Cub, cool. And then it moves to the next player's turn. And I can look at that player and say, hey, do you want to have control of Skyhunter Cub for the turn, so that you can use Skyhunter Cub to hit one of our 2 opponents over here? And if they say yes, alright, cool. You can have control of Skyhunter Cub. Now, importantly, they don't have control over any other of the equipment, and they only have control until end of turn. So, all of this equipment, it's still yours, and you still control it, so they can't go like, alright, well now that I have the cub, I'm gonna take all of this equipment off of it. No. They can't do that. But, since it says, equipped creature gets +2/+2, has haste, and can't attack you or a planeswalker you control, and it can't be sacrificed, there's not a lot they can do with it other than hit one of the other two players at the table. And then after that player's turn is done, and it goes to the next player, you can look at that player and say, hey, do you want to hit someone with the Sky Hunter Cub? And they say, yeah. And so you give them control over it. And they go, okay, cool, I'll attack one of those two. You cannot attack me, because Assault Suit says that you can't. Been told to type run anime Balan as a backup commander in case Kemba gets removed too many times. I don't have a copy of... I don't have the anime art of Balan. So, we've got Balan here, the original art from the original printing, the first time that they made physical copies of this card. They put Balan into a set called Jumpstart. And what Jumpstart is you get 2 packs of 20 cards. You don't know what those 2 packs are going to be before you open them. And you open these 2 packs, and it's like, okay, cool, I got zombies and I got equipment. And you shuffle those 2 sets of 20 cards together, and then you play with that deck. And it's a really fun way to play Magic. And in the newest version of Jumpstart, they printed a bunch of cards. They printed a bunch of cards that already existed, except they used different art. And the alternate art for Balan is super anime. They're still a full furry cat person, and they're a cat girl, actually. Balan is canonically a female. But yeah. If I were to go around spending a bunch of money on cards to put into this deck, I might get my hands on an anime Balan, because I kind of like the art. But yeah, Assault Suit is a really fun card, because no, you cannot attack me. The Assault Suit says so. I will give you my creature on loan to hit someone else, and then you can do that for each of your 3 opponents. Helm of the Host is not amazing in this deck, but I feel so bad not having Helm of the Host in any of my commander decks right now, and this is the one that cares about equipment, so I figured this was a decent place to shove it for now. Helm of the Host is a 4-mana legendary artifact equipment. It costs 5 mana to equip it to a creature, which is a lot. And it says, at the beginning of combat on your turn, create a token that's a copy of equipped creature, except the token isn't legendary if the equipped creature is legendary. If you have 2 copies of the same creature, and both of them are legendary, you have to pick one to keep, and you sacrifice the other one. So, if I put Helm of the Host on Kemba, then at the beginning of combat on my turn, I get another Kemba. And it also says that token gains haste, so I get a second Kemba. That's not great, because Kemba as a creature is not a super good creature. She just makes a bunch of cats, that's what makes her good. But Helm of the Host can be pretty funny, because I can put Helm of the Host on Regal Caracal. So that way, at the beginning of combat, I get another Regal Caracal. So now I have 2 different effects that are giving all of my cats +1/+1 and lifelink. I get 2 extra cats from its enters the battlefield effect. And the second Regal Caracal, the token that gets created, stays around. It doesn't go away on its own, like effects that do that kind of thing usually do. You just have a token copy of that creature now. Think of Leonin Arbiter with Helm of the Host. You could just make a bunch of Leonin Arbiters until it costs 8 mana to search your library. Actually, can you? I don't think it works that way. I'm sure Lawyer Dog is Googling it right now. But I'm not sure if you pay the mana to ignore that effect, regardless of whether it is from that exact Leonin Arbiter or not. But if you have to pay for each Leonin Arbiter, that's pretty funny. They are all separate effects. Wow. So if you put Helm of the Host on Leonin Arbiter, once you have 2, you have to pay 4 mana to search your library. And then you have to pay 6 mana to search your library. Then you have to pay 8 mana to search your library. It's disgusting on online Magic. Hope you remembered which one you paid for. Oh god. Yeah, that sounds pretty miserable. Hey! Who likes goat tokens? I do! We've got Trading Post. Trading Post is a 4-mana artifact, and it has 4 different activated abilities. So, you can pay 1 and tap it, and discard a card to gain 4 life. You can pay 1 mana, tap it, and pay 1 life to put a 0/1 white goat creature token onto the battlefield. You can pay 1, tap it, and sacrifice a creature to return an artifact card from your graveyard to your hand. Or you can pay 1, tap it, and sack an artifact to draw a card. Pseudo Regalia token. Oh, right. I was going to show this to the local friends in person, but one moment. Sure, I can show off all kinds of things, thanks to this handy aside. I think I won this Left Shark deck box at a pre-release event. It was like a door prize or something. Because I don't think we bought any Left Shark deck boxes. So, tokens. A lot of effects will create tokens, and usually you can find these tokens in the set, like in packs of the set where the creature that makes those tokens originated. So I have a cat soldier token. So these tokens are this is a representation of the token that why can I not remember his name? He's one of my favorite Magic cards. Brimaz, there we go. So Brimaz makes these cat soldiers. And so you can use whatever you want to represent that cat soldier, but they make tokens. And so, like, they will print tokens and put them into the packs. So, like, if you open a pack of Born of the Gods, I think is the set that Brimaz came from. If you open a pack of that set, then you might find a cat soldier token. You might not find Brimaz in that same pack, but you might find a cat soldier token. A very common token that gets printed is Zombie. So a 2/2 black zombie creature token. And there's like 20 different zombie tokens. But like they'll print official versions of these tokens, but unlike regular cards, where if you are playing in like official tournaments or something like that, where you are expected to have all of the official versions of these cards, tokens, it doesn't matter. Like, here's the Adorned Pouncer Eternalized token, where it is a 4/4 black zombie cat with double strike. But there was a while where I went around picking up a lot of these. So what these are blank insert cards that they used as just like filler for promo cards. So Wizards of the Coast would send like officially licensed Magic the Gathering shops, usually dedicated card and board game shops. They'll send them cards like, hey, here are some promotional cards that you can hand out to anyone that participates in a Friday Night Magic event. Here's a set of cards that whenever someone buys a box of the new set, you can give them one of these. And stuff like that. So you can see these are just filler. But I collected a bunch of them because they're also the size of a Magic card, like the correct size, shape, dimensions, and they're blank. So I started collecting those because those are really good for making custom tokens. So here's my token box. This is the tokens for all of my commander decks. And I don't think this even has every token that every card in those decks need. But I like to be prepared. So I've got this alternate, this super adorable cat soldier from Angelarium Token. Ooh. I got some official cat soldiers. I've got cats with lifelink. I've got 2/2 cats. I've got other 2/2 cats. I got a lot of cat tokens. But then here's a 1/1 warrior token that my friend Apollo, who currently goes by Fluxum, I believe. Super cute! Hey, I need an angel. I've got an angel token right here, baby! Angel, flying, 4/4. Super duper cute. When I was basically just getting started playing Magic, I talked to Apollo more at the time. They're very nice. They sent me a box of cards that were just like basic cards that are useful in Commander, because they played Commander a lot. And they also sent me these tokens. My opponent is misrepresenting the board state with false cats. Yeah. Sometimes this kind of token might not fly because it's technically, like, sometimes you could have a custom token that depicts a creature as a cat, but it's not actually a cat-type creature token, and sometimes that matters. But yeah. Go! Look at how fucking majestic this goat is. And on the other side is a Thopter. Oh, do I have one of the misprinted... Yeah, okay, cool. So this was an officially printed token to represent the Monarch. Are we gonna get an autofocus here? You can basically make it out here, right? At the beginning, your end step, draw a card. Not and at the beginning of your end step. At the beginning your end step, draw a card. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to you, its controller becomes the monarch. It's a very easy mistake to make, but it is a mistake they made. Oh yeah, I've also got a fuckload of vampires. Because I have multiple decks now that care about having a lot of cats, but I also have a deck that cares a lot about having a lot of vampires. We've got some goblins. As long as it says what sort of creature the token is, the art doesn't matter. Correct. As long as you are not, like, trying to trick your opponent into thinking that a token is or is not a cat, it should be okay. But you could run into an opponent that could complain to a judge. You know, they could say, my opponent is misrepresenting the board state. And in that case, then you just have to get a replacement token. What I like to use for when I have a lot of tokens, and I don't want to fish out the correct tokens, or I don't have the correct tokens, is just regular-ass playing cards. This set of playing cards, it is not a proper deck of playing cards, it is, like, part of multiple decks of basic playing cards, but these can be pretty handy for if you just have a lot of tokens. Yeah, generally, that's only going to matter at competitive rules enforcement level. If you're just, like, at a draft on Friday night and someone complains, then usually the judge is just going to be like, hey, you should probably use a different token. But usually at competitive events in competitive environments, then the judge is more likely to be like, hey, like, you need to replace this token, or, you know, we're going to penalize you in some way. Yeah, it's uncool. It is uncool to do something like that if it is gaining you some kind of benefit from doing so. If you get some kind of benefit out of your opponent being confused as to whether something is actually a cat, you probably shouldn't do it. Next up, we've got Panharmonicon. It is a 4-mana artifact. If an artifact or creature entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. So this card is really fun with this other card, Mirrorworks. And Mirrorworks is a 5-mana artifact that says, whenever another non-token artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 2 mana. If you do, put a token that's a copy of that artifact onto the battlefield. So, with Panharmonicon on the battlefield, if I were to play a Sol Ring, then Mirrorworks, the effect on Mirrorworks would happen twice, which would mean I would have 2 opportunities to pay 2 mana to get an extra Sol Ring. So I could pay 4 mana, and then I would have 3 Sol Rings, because I would have the original, and then I would have the 2 copies that Mirrorworks made. Panharmonicon is not amazing in this deck, because I don't have a ton of enters the battlefield effects that are particularly impactful. But it's another one of those cards where it's just like, I like the card. I think it is a fun effect. want to make tokens out of Yu-Gi-Oh cards that just have what the token is written on it in a Sharpie. I mean, you could do that. Well, the thing about Mirrorworks is that, sure, you pay 5 mana up front, but depending on, like, how good and useful the equipment that you're making copies of are, then over time, like, you're probably getting your money's worth out of it. Like, in this deck, it can be really handy to get extra, I don't know, Helm of the Hosts, you can make extra Panharmonicons with Mirrorworks if Mirrorworks is out first, so, like, you play your Mirrorworks first, and then on your next turn, you play Panharmonicon, you pay the cost for Mirrorworks, and then you have 2 Panharmonicons. So then, the next time you play an equipment, you would get 3 Mirrorworks triggers. So you could pay the 2 4 times to get a bunch... It's goofy. You can do some goofy things with it. And speaking of goofy, the Dragon Throne of Tarkir. It's a foil. Ooh, shiny. 4 mana legendary artifact equipment. You can equip it for 3 mana, and it says, equipped creature has Defender, which means it can't attack, and pay 2 mana and tap. Other creatures you control gain trample and get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is this creature's power. So, with Kemba, usually you don't want to be attacking with Kemba super often, because you don't want to risk Kemba dying, because you want Kemba to stick around until the start of your turn so that Kemba can make a bunch of cats. So, if you put Kemba on the Dragon Throne, and you have a bunch of other equipment on Kemba to make her strong, then you can use the Dragon Throne's ability. And it's like, okay, Kemba has made a bunch of cats, now I'm going to tap Kemba and give all of my cats a bunch of ++ effects, and then attack with all of them. So much mana for goof. That kind of thing is a big reason why people like playing Commander, is to do goofy shit like that. Because usually, if you're just playing, like, 1 versus 1 Magic, then usually you are sitting down across from your opponent with the mutual agreement that you and your opponent are going to do your best to win the game. And it doesn't matter how you have to do it, but, like, you are aiming to just win. In Commander, there's a lot more room to goof around because you have double the starting life total. Your opponents all have double the starting life total. So people are not going... Like, no player is going to die as fast as in a regular 1v1 game of Magic. And because the way that Commander works is you take a single, like, important legendary creature and build your entire deck around it. People will often build decks that are more oriented towards a specific theme. Like, this deck is all about putting a bunch of pieces of equipment on Kemba, and then making a bunch of cats. Right? Pretty simple pretty simple goal, but it's way too slow to try and do that in a more competitive environment. Meanwhile, in Commander, I have more opportunities to gradually build up value, and, like, spend some time doing some goofy stuff to be like, oh man, look at all of the fucking... Like, look at how many Loxodon Warhammers I made off of Mirrorworks and Panharmonicon, and goofy stuff like that. Look at how many Argentum armor I made off of Mirrorworks and Panharmonicon. Hey, what's Argentum armor, you may ask? Well, this is a 6 mana artifact equipment. You have to pay 6 mana to equip it to a creature, so its effect is going to be very powerful, because it costs a lot of mana to cast in the first place, and then it costs a bunch of mana to actually stick on a creature. What does it do? Equipped creature gets +6/+6. Wow. Whenever equipped creature attacks, destroy target permanent. So this card is a very classic, just win the game kind of card in equipment decks. Because in equipment decks, it's just like, alright, well, I'm going to pay a buttload of mana for Argentum Armor. I'm going to stick it on my creature. I'm going to attack, and for every turn that I am allowed to attack, I am going to blow up something of someone's. So, usually, big mana cost equipment, big mana cost cards in general are where you start getting to the point where it's like, alright, I'm going to cast this card and I'm going to try to win using this card. So, being able to, for example, alright, I've got a bunch of mana, I'm going to cast Argentum Armor, I've got Mirrorworks and Panharmonicon, I'm going to pay 4 mana to get 2 more Argentum Armors. It's fun stuff to do. More of a green card? No, not really. Like, making a there are a lot of ways for various colors to make a creature big. But it's an equipment, so it doesn't have any color. They started making more and more equipment have colored mana in their costs in recent times. And usually that comes along with the caveat that that piece of equipment will do something a little more specialized than older pieces of equipment. Caged Sun is my last artifact, actually. 6 mana artifact. When it enters the battlefield, choose a color. Creatures you control of the chosen color get +1/+1. So this deck is only white, so I'm going to name white. So all of my white creatures would get +1/+1, and whenever a land's ability adds 1 or more mana of the chosen color, add 1 additional mana of that color. So, as long as I have Caged Sun out, all of my creatures get +1/+1, and whenever I tap any of my lands for white mana, I get 2 white mana instead. Guy who has only played normal formats looking at a commander card. More of a green card, that one. Yeah, commander is where a lot of more expensive, like big splashy spells of every color tend to live. Speaking of big splashy spells that cost a bunch of mana, White Sun Zenith for X white, white, white. So you can pay any amount into X, but you have to pay 3 white mana. You get an instant that says, put X 2/2 white cat creature tokens onto the battlefield and shuffle White Sun Zenith into its owner's library. So if I have Caged Sun out and a bunch of mana that way, then I can tap for a ton of mana, cast this, make a ton of cats, and then it gets shuffled back into my deck, so maybe I'll draw it again later. It would be more accurate to put this in the 4 mana cost slot, because technically its mana value, the mana value of this spell is 3, because by default X is 0. But practically, I'm never going to cast this spell and pay 0 mana for X. Commander games go long enough that the big expensive spells actually get played. Yes, and that is what a lot of people really like about the format. Is they can afford to, they can afford the time to cast these big, expensive spells that do a bunch of stuff. Or they can afford to, like, waste some time playing out some cards that are, like, individually bad, but do something really fun and goofy when you have all of the pieces out there. For example, if you play Mirrorworks and then play Panharmonicon, and then use your multiple Panharmonicons and Mirrorworks to make, like, multiple Caged Suns or whatever. Just as an example. Open the armory, 1 and a white for a sorcery, search your library for an aura or equipment card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle your library. So these two cards are both cards that just go find an artifact out of my library. So it's just like, hey, I really want Bloodforged Battle Axe right now, because I just want a cheap equipment. Hype train. So this kind of card is referred to as a tutor, where you go back, you go into your library and find a specific card, usually of a specific type. So open the armory, you can search your library for an aura or an equipment card. Steel Shaper's Gift, you can only search for an equipment card. But Steel Shaper's Gift only costs a single mana. To be specific, Steel Shaper's Gift, it costs a single white mana. For a sorcery, search your library for an equipment card, reveal that card, and put it into your hand, then shuffle your library. And then we have a couple of cards that are a little more... Well, actually, we'll get to that. Alright, next up we have Return to Dust. 4 mana instant. Exile target artifact or enchantment. So if you exile it, then it hella goes away. Like, if you destroy a thing, then it goes into that player's graveyard. But sometimes it'll be like, I don't want to destroy the thing. Woo!
Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Achevs_.
Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs, Dan. I processed the exiled card back into your graveyard.
Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Luki_dude.
I already said that everything I say about Magic has a big ol' asterisk on it.
Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Science_stranger. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Radu Gaku. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Pixel_Butts.
And then, one more.
Interruption.
Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs and $25 donation, Dan. It is greatly appreciated as always. That's $50, bring out the horny playmat. I will once I'm done with this deck. Because it is too late for me to switch it out easily. Okay, so exiling things can be a lot better and is usually more permanent. Permanent as in long-lasting, than destroying a permanent. Which is why that choice of words was a little confusing. Oh well. So, 4 mana instant, exile target artifact or enchantment. If you cast the spell during your main phase, you may exile up to 1 other target artifact or enchantment. So you can do it at any time, so it's like, hey, I really need to get rid of a thing right now. You can get rid of 1 thing. But if you do it during your main phase, where it's just like, alright, I know these 2 things are problems. I'm going to cast it during my main phase, so I get to get rid of 2 things. So that's neat. Next up we have Brave the Elements. Single white mana for an instant. Choose a color. White creatures you control gain protection from the chosen color until end of turn. So, if something has protection from something... So let's say, okay, using Brave the Elements as an example. So, white creatures I control gain protection from the chosen color. So, I have Leonin Elder out on the battlefield. Leonin Elder gains protection from red. Uh-oh. My internet. We're back? We're so back? Alright, I'm just gonna drop 300 frames. And that's it, don't worry about it. Okay. So, if Leonin Elder has protection from red, then that means nothing that is red can target Leonin Elder, deal damage to Leonin Elder, or block Leonin Elder. Leonin Elder can still block a red permanent, but red spells and effects cannot point at Leonin Elder. And since red cannot deal damage to Leonin Elder, if I wanted to attack an opponent, then like none of my opponent's red creatures would be able to block. So that's cool. But if one of my opponents that has red creatures tries to attack me, I can block them with Leonin Elder, and since Leonin Elder can't be dealt damage by red permanents, then him blocking the red creature means that, like, he's totally fine. And he's not gonna die. I believe this is the most expensive card in this deck. And I feel like that's probably going to be the case for some time. This is Anointed Procession. It is a pre-release foil Anointed Procession, which is slightly less valuable than a regular foil Anointed Procession, because you can see that little date down there in the corner. That date means it's less valuable. Can someone look up how much a pre-release promo Anointed Procession costs? Because it's probably at least $60. But I could be wrong. Maybe I am overestimating how much it costs. $75, according to Scryfall. That sounds about right. So, yeah, this is an expensive card. But that's because it's a very powerful card in Commander. It's not really played much outside of Commander, but what Anointed Procession does is it is a 4-mana enchantment. If an effect would create one or more tokens under your control, it creates twice that many of those tokens instead. So, if I pay 2 mana for Mirrorworks to create a token copy of something, then Anointed Procession says, oh, you're getting a token? Cool, you get twice that many. So I would get 2 copies of a thing off of Mirrorworks. If I have 3 pieces of equipment attached to Kemba, then I will get 6 cats from her effect, because I will get 3, and Anointed Procession says, no, double that. It's a very powerful card, and it is a card that has an effect that I like to do a lot. I had like 7 copies of this card. Not all of them were pre-release foils. But I collected a lot of this card because it was not extremely expensive back when it was back when it had just come out, when it was first printed. I got rid of a bunch of them because it was just like look, man, you're not using all 7 copies of Anointed Procession. You should probably sell some of them off because they are quite expensive. And so I did, so I only have like 4 now. But yeah, I love that card. It's really great. Yeah, there is a green version of this card called Parallel Lives. It does exactly the same thing, except instead of a single white mana, it costs a single green mana. But that version of this card has gotten reprinted a couple of times, so it was included as a card you could get out of multiple different sets, which is what reprinted means. So it's not as expensive as Anointed Procession. Hey, Sigarda's Aid! This card is super important in this deck. What Sigarda's Aid does is, it is a single white mana for an enchantment. You may cast aura and equipment spells as though they had flash, so you can cast auras and equipment at instant speed, so that's nice. And whenever an equipment enters the battlefield under your control, you may attach it to target creature you control. That's really great, because that means the first time that you attach any piece of equipment to a creature, you are getting a discount on the equip cost. So first hit is free for each of your pieces of equipment. So that's pretty handy. And then I think these are the last 2 non-creature spells, yeah. Or these are the last 2 spells in the deck, rather. Next up are 2 cards of a type that you're generally just obligated to run in Commander, because the way that you play them is you play them such that you play them when they are the least bad for you. And what that kind of effect is a board wipe. So, there are multiple kinds of board wipe, there are multiple kinds of board wipes, but the most common type of board wipe, which is to say, gets rid of a bunch of stuff on the battlefield. Right? The most common is referred to as a Wrath, and that is named as such because of the card Wrath of God, which destroys all creatures. There are other kinds of board wipes that will get rid of, like, all artifacts, all enchantments, all creatures of a specific amount of, like, all creatures that are 2 power or greater, or something like that. But yeah, so these board wipes have a particular condition as to how they do their thing. Divine Reckoning costs 4 mana, it's a sorcery. Each player chooses a creature he or she controls and destroy the rest. So this kind of card can be really effective in games of Commander because, you know, you have 3 opponents. You can't just, you know, cast Lightning Bolt or cast Destroy Target Creature on every important thing that all of your opponents have. Usually, you gotta save the stuff that only gets rid of one thing for the most important things. So if you're just in a state where everyone at the table is just doing way better with having like a bunch of creatures or something, then you cast one of these spells. And I chose these 2 because, 1, because I have them, but 2, because each creature chooses a creature he or she controls and destroy the rest. Usually, this deck will hopefully be in a better spot to make the most out of only getting to keep one of their creatures, because usually, what this deck wants to do is, I want to play Kemba, and I want to stick a bunch of pieces of equipment onto Kemba. So Divine Reckoning says you get to keep one. Alright, I'm gonna keep Kemba, the cool cat that has all of the equipment attached to her. When I play Commander, I have 0 opponents. They are all friends. Smile. I mean, that's what you want. That's not always the case, but that's what you want. Oh, Divine Reckoning can also flash back for 5 white, so 7 mana. And flashback says, you may cast this card from your graveyard for its flashback cost, then exile it. So, handy effect. And because you can flash it back, you get 2 hits on it. So you can destroy a lot of stuff twice for 1 card. And then the last spell in this deck, spell being any card that you cast, anything that's not a land. We've got Single Combat. For 3 white, it's a sorcery. Each player chooses a creature or planeswalker they control, then sacrifices the rest. And players can't cast creature or planeswalker spells until the end of your next turn. So this card has some more conditions of just like, it also cares about planeswalkers, and this deck has 0, so I'm not really bothered by that, but other players might be. But also, players can't cast creature or planeswalker spells until the end of your next turn, so after you cast this, you get rid of everything but 1 creature or planeswalker on everyone's side of the board. So I get to keep Kemba, and everyone else gets to keep 1. And then on their turn, like, that player can't cast spells. Then their turn, that player can't cast spells. Or, like, can't cast creature or planeswalker spells. So, it's like, alright, after I cast this, I also am not allowed to cast any creature or planeswalker spells. So, I cast this, and I get to keep 1 creature. Then they can't cast any more creatures or planeswalkers. Neither can they, and neither can they. It gets back to me. I still can't cast any creatures or planeswalkers, which is a pretty big downside. But I have a lot of things to be doing other than casting creatures or planeswalkers, so it's not a huge downside in this deck. Usually, like, they'll just blow up the 1 creature that I have left, so I'm gonna be sad, but just being able to have a turn where my opponents aren't going to build up their huge board of creatures again, and I get to cast some of my equipment to prepare my creatures for next turn. And then at the end of my turn, everyone else is able to cast creatures and planeswalkers and stuff. So it's not an amazing version of this effect, it's just a card that I own, but it's an interesting effect. You can counter it, and also the effect of players can't cast creature or planeswalker spells until the end of your next turn doesn't happen until after this spell resolves. So if someone at the table doesn't want this to happen, then they can counter it before it resolves. But if it resolves, and then I cast another spell, and they want to counter it with a creature spell that counters spells or abilities, they can't do that. You wiped out all their guys, they're gonna be mad at you? Yeah? But usually, you wipe out all their guys so that you don't lose the game. And they would be lying if they said they wouldn't do the same thing in the same situation. When you're playing Commander, you have to have a mutual understanding that each player is going to be doing things that are either trying to win the game or trying to stop other players from winning the game. That's just how it works. That's how you play the game. So, yeah, you You just gotta have some kind of effect that will get rid of all of the stuff sometimes. So that way you don't lose. There's a couple of lands in this deck that do fancy things. One of them is Windbrisk Heights. When you play Windbrisk Heights as your land for turn, it has the effect Hideaway. This land enters the battlefield tapped, and when it does, you look at the top 4 cards of your library, exile 1 face down, and put the rest on the bottom of your library. And I was like, okay, well why? Well, you can tap this land to add white to your mana pool. So it comes in tapped the first turn, but you can use it like a normal land. But you can pay white and tap it, and then you get the effect, you may play the exiled card without paying its mana cost if you attacked with 3 or more creatures this turn. So you play Windbrisk Heights, and you look at the top 4 cards of your library, and then you pick whichever one you get to pick one of them. So it's like, I see Caged Sun. I want to get a free Caged Sun at some point. And then the next time you can attack with 3 creatures, then you can activate Windbrisk Heights and get that spell for free. Exile it face down to avoid FOMO. No, you get to see it. It's just the opponents don't get to see it. I'm just a little guy. I would never try to win the game. Certainly not. But yeah, so, okay. For exiling things face down, this is relevant. Look at the top 4 cards of your library, then exile 1 face down. There are some effects that will exile cards face down that don't have any kind of condition that lets you look at them first. Lawyer Dog has at least one effect like that in his deck called Bomat Courier, where it's a 1/1 creature with haste, and when it attacks, you exile the top card of your library face down. And it does that every time it attacks. So you don't get to know what cards Bomat Courier is exiling, but then later on in the game, once he's exiled a couple of cards and you've cast the rest of cards out of your hand, then you can sacrifice Bomat Courier, and then you discard your hand, and all of the cards that were exiled with Bomat Courier, you get those into your hand. So you don't know what you're gonna get, but if you have no other cards in hand, then there's no downside. You just get all of the cards that were exiled by it. The downside being, if Bomat Courier dies or is exiled before you sacrifice it to get all of its cards, you don't get to know what cards it exiled. You don't get to know until the end of the game. So it could be like you exile 4 cards off the top of your library, and then you spend the rest of the game looking for one of a specific card, and all 4 copies of that one specific card were underneath Bomat Courier. And that's even worse in Commander, where you only get to have one of each. So it's just like, oh man, if only I had Chaos Warp, I would have been able to help out. And then you look at the cards that were exiled by Bomat Courier, and the first one was Chaos Warp, and you just never got to know. Secluded Steppe is a land that enters the battlefield tapped, and you can tap it to add white to your mana pool. And it also has cycling for a single white mana. So you pay a single white mana, discard this card, and draw a card. So this kind of card can be handy to have, of just like, I've got nothing, like, I don't need another land. I especially don't need a land that comes in tapped, because it's, you know, turn 8, and I've got 6 lands out on the battlefield. I'm good for right now, so I'm gonna cycle Secluded Steppe, so I just get to draw a card, and hopefully I draw a spell that I can cast. Igonjo Castle is a fun one. It is a legendary land. You can tap it to add white mana to your mana pool, and it also has another ability. You can pay a single white mana and tap it to prevent the next 2 damage that would be dealt to target legendary creature this turn. And that damage can be from any kind of source. That damage could be your creature is blocking a creature, and then you prevent the two of the damage that creature would do. You could prevent a shock. It can be pretty handy. And then we've got Ameria the Sky Ruin, which is a really good card for folks that are playing only white cards. Ameria the Sky Ruin enters the battlefield tapped. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 7 or more planes, which is to say land cards that are planes, you may return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, and you can tap it to add white to your mana pool. So you don't have to activate that ability, it's just on your upkeep, if you have a bunch of planes out on the battlefield, then you get one of your cards from your graveyard back to the battlefield for free! And you're not casting it, so your opponents cannot counter. They can't counter that creature. They can counter the ability on Ameria that says you get the thing back for free, but they can't counter the creature that you're trying to bring back from the graveyard. That's a fucked up card. You're not going to see it anywhere other than Commander, because needing 7 planes cards out onto the battlefield is really slow. So yeah, that is this Commander deck. I have another Commander deck that I'm gonna lay out here that I have some things to say and some decisions to make, but when I do switch over to that other deck, ooh, this Plains has a Sphinx looking statue on it. It's got a cat head statue. Hi, Will. How's it going? The reveal of Hat Hands. A recent reveal. There's been streams where my whole dang body and face and everything were revealed, I think. Ooh, Rebecca Gay art. Ooh. So I could be putting planes that are full art, like this one. Just like the whole thing is the art on the card, because basic lands don't really have rules text that matter. But this deck is not very good. I like what it's supposed to be. I like a lot of the things that it does, but a lot of cards in this deck are bad. So I'm not using the fancy lands on it. So yeah. I hope I actually have enough of this exact color of sleeve for this deck. I should. I don't think I'm using these sleeves for anything else. Because if you use a sleeve that is a different color than the rest of the sleeve, like, even if you use a white sleeve, like, I mean, in this case, you hella can tell, but just like, you know, even though these are both white sleeves, like, this is an ivory and this is a white, so you would be able to tell the difference. Bad lands deck. There's a couple of land arts in this pile that I just mostly chose at random. There's a couple arts that I am not a huge fan of, but I just hauled out a pile of basic planes because we have so many. Only a couple of planes left, but only a couple of sleeves left. It was just a Badlands joke. Badlands are red and black, right? Wait. Was Badlands the original red and black duel? I'm trying to remember this. I have never touched an original dual land, so I don't remember it with any certainty. I had exactly enough sleeves. Let's go. Alright, so let's do instants and sorceries. Instant and sorcery, right? And then enchantments, so Anointed Procession and Sigarda's Aid. Then artifacts. And then creatures. Woohoo! And Ember. Ba-ba-da-ba. And I don't think you can really tell easily, but this deck box that I originally had all of these cards in, the deck no longer fits into this box, so I'm gonna have to find a place for this deck to live, because I don't really have any free deck boxes that will hold 100 cards at the moment. Oh, I know where it can live for the time being. It can live in the same box where the other deck that I'm about to go fetch currently lives. Alright. I can also switch out playmats now. I think the only two playmats that I have in my room at the moment are Grimaz and the one that is much hornier that I got at MFF. It's really nice, though. We have a lot of playmats, but most of them are downstairs, and I don't want to go get them right now. Don't get banned. He's wearing underwear. It's fine. Ba-ba! It's not specifically Magic the Gathering themed, but it's quite nice. So, along the edges, it has, like, extra stitching to make it so that the edges don't fray easily. And though the extra weight from that stitching also makes it so that it lays way flatter than playmats that do not have that. This is less horny, you can't see the nipple. That's true. So yeah, it's a hyena dude in a sick-ass, cool, bright light, neo-future nonsense kind of locale. So what the fuck is in this box? I do not remember all of the stuff that is in this box, so let's go through it together. We've got snow basics. Basic Snowland. There's a snow-covered plains. Ooh. And I have a bunch of these, so plains, islands, swamps, mountains, and forests. And then, oh, this is the pile of cards that I cut from the Kemba deck. We've got Basilisk Collar, which is a 1-mana equipment that costs 2 to equip, and it gives equipped creature Death Touch and Lifelink. We've got Jareth, Leonine Titan. He's a 4/7 cat giant. When he blocks, it gets +7/+7 until end of turn, and you can pay white mana to give it protection of a color. 4-mana 2/3 cat cleric. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 2 life. 2-mana 1/3, as long as it's equipped, it gets +1/+1 and attacking doesn't cause it to tap. 2-mana 2/2 Cat Soldier, when it comes into play, return target artifact card with converted mana cost 1 or less from your graveyard to your hand. 2-mana 2/2 Cat Monk, whenever he becomes untapped, you gain 2 life. 3-mana equipment, equip 1, equipped creature gets Vigilance, Trample, and Haste. 2-mana equipment, equip 1, equipped creature has Vigilance, and at the beginning of your upkeep, put a +1/+1 counter on equipped creature if it's white. Whisper Silk Cloak, 3-mana equipment, equip 2. Equipped creature is unblockable and can't be the target of spells or abilities. So that means you can't equip any more equipment on it, because you can't target it. Konda's Banner, 2-mana legendary equipment, equips for 2, can only be attached to a legendary creature. Creatures that share a color with equipped creature get +1/+1. Creatures that share a creature type with equipped creature get +1/+1. Not creatures you control. Creatures that share a color or creature type, or both, or not both. If it shares a color with the equipped creature, it gets +1/+1. So that's not great, because you could be making all of your opponent's creatures better too. And then Stasis Snare, 3-mana enchantment. It has Flash. When it enters the battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield. It was a mediocre removal spell at the time, and it hasn't gotten better. What else do we got? Oh, these are the cards from the Cat Tribal Commander Precon deck that I'm no longer using. Or, yeah, just that I'm not using. Because all of these cards were originally in the deck that Miri came in. And it's just, I'm just not using them in the Miri deck, because the Miri deck doesn't care much about equipment. And a bunch of these lands are not good. Hope no one else is playing White Cats. Hey! You figured out the problem! What the fuck is this pile? Oh, these are the cards from the Vampire Commander deck that I'm not using in the Vampire deck. Ooh, destroy all creatures with power greater than target creature's power. That can be handy, if you have a creature that has like 1 power that you care about keeping. Bunch of vampires. Ooh, this spell is fun. Disrupt Decorum. 4-mana sorcery. Goad all creatures you don't control. Until your next turn, those creatures attack each combat if able, and attack a player other than you if able. So you play this spell, and all of your opponent's creatures have to attack, but they can't attack you if they can attack anyone else. Yep, bunch of vampire stuff. I have, like, a lot of the vampire deck here that is not currently in the vampire deck. This is the pile of cards that is not currently in the Saskia deck. Saskia being one of the 4-color commander pre-constructed decks, which are generally pretty good. Bunch of neat cards in here. This card is a fun one. Everlasting Torment, 2 and either a black or a red mana. For an enchantment, players can't gain life, damage can't be prevented, and all damage is dealt as though its source had Wither. A source with Wither deals damage to creatures in the form of -1/-1 counters. So if a creature with Wither deals 5 damage to a creature, then that other creature gets 5 -1/-1 counters placed on it instead of having 5 damage marked on it. Which is pretty powerful. Aha! Okay. So this is the other deck that I have been trying to put back together. So these are the Theros husbands, so they say. These guys are... there we go. So these fellas are from the plane of Theros. There we go. Because I'm trying to also read it on my screen here. So, yeah, these are the roommates cards. So they're a legendary human soldier. They cost a red mana, a green mana, a white mana, and a blue mana. They're a 2/8, and at the beginning of your end step, draw a card. Each player may put a land card from his or her hand onto the battlefield. Then each opponent who didn't draws a card. So, at the end of each of your turns, you get to draw a card, and then you also have the opportunity to put a land from your hand onto the battlefield. And you can do that whether you've played a land already this turn or not. Then, your opponents can either also put a land from their hand onto the battlefield, whether they've played a land this turn or not, which they wouldn't because it's your turn. And then, if they don't put a land onto the battlefield, then they draw a card. So this is the commander of a group hug deck, which is to say, it's a deck that tries to give everybody fun benefits, except you, the player playing it, gets the most benefit. And you get some fun cards in this deck, like Veteran Explorer. 1 mana, 1/1 Human Soldier Scout. When he dies, each player may search his or her library for up to 2 basic land cards and put them onto the battlefield. Then each player who searched his or her library this way shuffles it. So, if you play this guy, and then intentionally let him die, then you and all of your opponents get to basically skip 2 turns worth of playing lands. You just... You know, if you play this guy on your first turn, and then someone else kills it, then, you know, you're going from turn 1 to turn... Like, you're starting your next turn on turn 4, basically. because you got 2 extra lands. Humble Defector is a 2-mana 2/1 human rogue. You can tap him and draw 2 cards, then target opponent gains control of Humble Defector. Activate this ability only during your turn. So, you play this guy, and it's like, alright, cool. I'm gonna draw 2 cards. Hey, you get Humble Defector. You player across from me. And then they can say, alright, well, I'm gonna tap it, and then here, you can have Humble Defector back. Or maybe they'll give it to someone else. And then there's cards that kind of do a little more implying of what the deck is trying to do. Orzhov Advocist is a 3-mana 1/4 human advisor. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player may put 2 +1/+1 counters on a creature he or she controls. If a player does, creatures that player controls can't attack you or a planeswalker you control until your next turn. So, if they put the counters on a creature, then they can't attack with that creature or any other creature. Even if that creature that they put the +1/+1 counters on dies, they still can't attack you with their other creatures. Even if they play a creature with haste, that creature cannot attack you. So that's pretty funny. Chasm Skulker. Whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on Chasm Skulker. It is a 3-mana 1/1 squid horror. And when it dies, create X 1/1 blue squid creature tokens with Island Walk, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on Chasm Skulker. So, as you're drawing a bunch of extra cards from a bunch of these effects that let you draw cards, but it also lets your opponents draw cards. As you're drawing all these cards, Chasm Skulker just gets really big, and then either he can hit someone and just deal a bunch of damage, or he explodes into a bunch of smaller creatures. So, what this deck likes to do is, it likes to give all of your opponents extra stuff, but you get the most extra stuff, and that's what matters. Like Zedru the Greathearted, who's a goat lady. She is a Minotaur monk, and at the beginning... Here, let me get a little closer. There we go. At the beginning of your upkeep, you gain X life and draw X cards, where X is the number of permanents you own that your opponents control. And you can pay red, white, and blue to give an opponent control of a thing you own. And some decks, it's not as popular a deck nowadays, but some decks would like to play this lady in a deck where you play cards that are bad to have. So like Cat Underscores, there was that Archfiend of the Dross, where it's a big flying demon, but as soon as it runs out of oil counters, then you lose the game. So, you play cards like that, and let that creature almost run out of oil counters, and then just give it to someone else, and make it their problem instead. This deck also has a lot of ways of encouraging your opponents to attack everyone else instead. Like, Ghostly Prison. Creatures can't attack you unless their controller pays 2 for each creature he or she controls that's attacking you. Or, Propaganda. Creatures can't attack you unless their controller pays 2 for each creature he or she controls that's attacking you. Or, Sphere of Safety. Creatures can't attack you or a planeswalker you control unless their controller pays X for each of those creatures, where X is the number of enchantments you control. So if you control all 3 of these enchantments at the same time, then your opponents have to pay 7 mana in order to attack you with a single creature. So, hey, don't waste your mana trying to attack me. Why don't you just attack everyone else instead? You can deal with me later, surely. And you just connive your way into setting up the game such that when they finally do get around to attacking you, they're not going to win. So, this deck is mostly in the state that it was when I bought it. Like, almost every card that was included in the original deck is currently here. But there's a couple that aren't. And I've been thinking about maybe making some changes to it, like finding some replacements for some of those cards. But also maybe making some changes, because I have a couple of fun cards that could go into this kind of deck that did not come with the deck. Like Howling Golem. Howling Golem is a 3-mana 2/3 golem that says, whenever Howling Golem attacks or blocks, each player draws a card. So, you know, either I can attack him, or I could let everyone else attack him with, like, low power, high toughness creatures, and it's just like, hey, do you want to draw a card? Attack me, and I'll block with Howling Golem, so that way we get to draw cards. There's also Girapur Ori, which is a 4-mana artifact. Each player may play an additional land on each of his or her turns, and at the beginning of each player's upkeep, if that player has no cards in hand, that player draws 3 cards. So, everybody gets extra lands per turn, everybody gets to draw cards if they run out of cards in hand. It's fun! So I've been thinking about maybe trying to find a place to put those cards in. Oh yeah, no, you really gotta be a scheming villain to play this kind of deck. A Crow and Horse is a 4-mana 0/4 artifact horse. It has Defender, which means it can't attack, and when it enters the battlefield, an opponent gains control of it. At the beginning of your upkeep, each opponent creates a 1/1 white soldier creature token. So what you do is, I play a Crow and Horse, you can have a Crow and Horse. You player over there. And then that player has control of a Crow and Horse. And then on that player's upkeep, all of their opponents create a 1/1 soldier. So I'm just like, hey, have this cool horse. And they go, thank you so much. I owe you my life. And then that player starts making creatures for everyone else. And the creatures can't get past the horse, because the horse has 4 toughness, and the soldiers are only 1/1s, so it's a completely fair exchange. Oh, and then I play Sidar Kondo of Jamura, that says, creatures your opponents control without flying or reach can't block creatures with power 2 or less. So then, all of, you make it so all creatures with power 2 or less basically have flying. Not just yours, everyone's. This Chimera, whenever you draw a card, you gain a life. Great, love it. Whenever you draw a card, each opponent loses a life. Great, love it. Blazing Archon is a 9-mana creature. It's a 5/6 Archon with flying. And it just says, creatures can't attack you. Period. Good luck trying to kill me now, idiot. Progenitor Mimic. You may have it enter the battlefield as a copy of any creature on the battlefield, except it gains, at the beginning of your upkeep, if this creature isn't a token, create a token that's a copy of this creature. So what this is you play Progenitor Mimic, and then on your next turn, and Progenitor Mimic becomes a copy of something. And then on your next turn, you get another of that something, except that new something doesn't copy itself like Progenitor Mimic does. But you play Progenitor Mimic and it's like, I want your best thing. Cool. All right. Comes around to my next turn. I get another one of your best thing. And I get to keep doing that until the original Progenitor Mimic dies. Oh yeah, Howling Golem, this guy that lets each player draw a card whenever he attacks or blocks, is based off of a card called Howling Mine. 2-mana artifact at the beginning of each player's draw step. If Howling Mine is untapped, that player draws an additional card. So unless you have a way to tap artifacts, then you're just letting everybody draw extra cards on all of their turns. Temple Bell. It's an artifact with a tap ability. Each player draws a card. Great! Assault Suit is one of this deck's favorite ways to win a game, because you stick the Assault Suit onto a creature of yours that has gotten just really big because you keep drawing cards, and then it's like, here you go, buddy! You gotta attack someone with this. And they go, okay. And it can't be me. Oh, bummer. Venser's Journal. 5-mana artifact. You have no maximum hand size, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you gain a life for each card in your hand. Rites of Flourishing. At the beginning of each player's draw step, they draw an extra card. Each player may play an extra land on each of his or her turns. Great, love it. Oh right, Lurking Predators is a fun one. Little blurry. Whenever it's a 6-mana enchantment, whenever an opponent casts a spell, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, put it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, you may put that card on the bottom of your library. So, now that your opponents have all of these extra cards that they're using to cast a bunch of extra spells on each of their turns, you play Lurking Predators, and it's just like, oh, you're casting like 3 spells this turn? All right, cool. I'm gonna put these 3 creatures into the battlefield. All right, great. No, you can keep doing what you're doing. It's just I also get some creatures. And there's also a couple of cards that are just like, I don't want to lose the game, so I'm going to hurt someone finally. Like Swan Song. It's a single blue mana for an instant. Counter target enchantment, instant, or sorcery spell. Its controller creates a 2/2 blue bird creature token with flying. And Arcane Denial. 1 and a blue for an instant. Counter target spell. Its controller may draw up to 2 cards at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep, and you draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So it's like, yeah, I'm gonna counter your spell, but you get to draw 2 cards if you want. I also get to draw a card. But you get to draw up to 2 cards! Oh right, this one's... Hello, I'm the previously mentioned Cauldron Enthusiast. Yeah, so... My poor Kemba deck over here has been, reluctantly pulled back together just because it's a deck that I had that was mostly put together. And the Cauldra set is in it. And it is bad, but I do like it. Benefactor's Drought is, or Draft rather, is a pretty funny card. 2-mana instant, untap all creatures until end of turn. Whenever a creature an opponent controls blocks, draw a card, and draw a card. So, like, one of your opponents is attacking another one of your opponents, and, like, that opponent... Uh-oh. There we go. The opponent who is being attacked, like, all of their creatures are currently tapped. And so you go, hey buddy, let me help you out here. Everyone untaps all their creatures, so that way you have a bunch of creatures that can block. And if you block with those creatures, I get to draw a bunch of cards, but don't worry about it. Assault Suit is also a base choice for that deck. I love Assault Suit, I love Cauldra, I really enjoy Dragon Throne of Tarkir. Like, if I wanted to make a good equipment deck, there are way better choices than those three, but it is funny to put those cards into decks. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out what cards I might want to cut from the Group Hug Precon to put in Girapur Orrery. And I also just need to get my hands on a handful of copies of Command Tower, which taps for 1 mana of any color in your commander's color identity. So in this deck, it would be red, green, white, blue. And I just don't have a lot of that card lying around, even though it goes in every commander deck ever, basically. Except for commander decks that are only 1 color, like Kemba here, because you might just want more basic lands instead. Swords to Plowshares is another card that should be in this deck. A single white mana to exile a creature, and its controller gains life equal to its power. One of the best removal spells ever printed. Should probably be in any deck that has white in it. And I just don't have extras! Oh right, I think this deck is supposed to have Cultivate and Kodama's Reach, but the Kodama's Reach is currently in a different deck, so I put the Rampant Growth into this one instead. Yeah, I'm not sure what I want to do to tinker around with this deck. I might want to get rid of a 4-mana thing in exchange for Girapur Orrery. Equip creature gets +1/+1 for each card in your hand. I mean, that's pretty good. Just stick that on a 1/1 bird or something. I could replace Oath of Druids just so I don't have to read Oath of Druids every time. Hey, Hat, what does Oath of Druids do? I don't remember exactly what this does, but let's go through it together. It is a 2-mana enchantment. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player chooses target player who controls more creatures than he or she does, and is his or her opponent. The first player may reveal cards from the top of his or her library until he or she reveals a creature card. If he or she does, that player puts the card onto the battlefield, and all other cards revealed this way into his or her graveyard. It puts Morphling onto the battlefield. So, on each of our upkeeps, you have to choose one of the other players at the table. And then the first player may reveal cards from the top of his or her library until he or she reveals a creature card. So I start revealing cards until I hit a creature, after I have targeted you. So I'm the first player. I revealed cards from the top of my library until I got a creature card. I have revealed a creature card. Now you... Alright, that player puts that card onto the battlefield. What a weird... Look at the fucking words on this card. That's a lot of words. Oh, okay, I got it. I figured it out. Okay. I have to choose someone at the table who controls more creatures than me. And if I am able to do that, then I look at the top cards, I get to, like, flip cards off the top of my library until I hit a creature card. And then I can put that card onto the battlefield, and everything that I revealed that wasn't a creature card goes to the graveyard. Me choosing an opponent, like, it doesn't matter who I target, and the opponent that I target doesn't matter, other than I just need to have someone that I can target that has more creatures than me. Got it. What an annoyingly worded card. Hoofprints of the Stag. This is a tribal enchantment elemental, which means if you cast this card and you have cards that care about you casting elemental spells, this counts as an elemental. Great. Whenever you draw a card, you may put a hoofprint counter on Hoofprints of the Stag, and you can pay 2 and a white and remove 4 hoofprint counters to create a 4/4 white elemental creature token with flying. But you can only do this during your turn. It's kind of tempting to get rid of that card because it seems quite underwhelming in comparison to Girapur Orrery, which just makes more stuff happen. You know what? I'll put this in the maybe getting cut pile, and then I'll put that on top to indicate that maybe I'll be switching Girapur Orrery out for that. Maybe I'll switch those two out. Oh right, Reigns of Power. 4 mana instant. Untap all creatures you control and all creatures target opponent controls. You and that opponent each gain control of all creatures the other controls until end of turn. Those creatures gain haste until end of turn. So, if you are down to only having one opponent, then you can say, alright, tradesies. You can have my Veteran Explorer and my Howling Golem, and I'll take your 2020 Flying Commander, or whatever. Pretty fun win condition. Oh, you get my creatures, so it's fair. Keening Stone? Yeah, Keening Stone is probably a pretty decent cut. It is a funny win condition in this kind of deck, just because it's like, well, the game has now gone on long enough that I activate Keening Stone once and just mill you out. But what does Keening Stone do, you may ask? Well, 6 mana artifact, and you can pay 5 and tap to make target player put the top X cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard, where X is the number of cards in that player's graveyard. So, hey buddy, you got like 40 cards in your graveyard. How about you put the rest of your deck into your graveyard while you're at it? But sir, I will die if I do this. You are correct. It does cost a lot of mana, and will usually not do anything in a lot of games. Because it's pretty slow to get to the point where you actually want to activate it. And it only hits one player, too. That is something that this deck could probably use a little more of, is ways of winning against all of your opponents at once. Woo. I'm trying to think of effects that are like that. And, like, I have a bunch of copies of Approach of the Second Sun, which, if you cast it twice, then you win the game. But that's not exciting. Let me get the good card box, because there's a couple of... Well, do I have any copies of Approach in the good card box? I might not, just because I think it's lame. A lot of cards that say you win the game are often lame. Ah. The good card box. I need to be careful, like, looking into this box, because I could very easily get caught up just talking about all of the cards in this box, because I like the cards in this box. That's why it's the good card box. Time to sleep. Alright, thanks for hanging out. The cat underscores. Oh yeah, Pride Malkin. Look at that cat. Wow. I think I got a copy of this card just because it's art of a good cat. Ooh, I could put Solemnity in this deck. Players can't get counters, and counters can't be put on artifacts, creatures, enchantments, or lands. This card fucks over a lot of different decks. A lot of decks are very sad if you tell them that they're not allowed to do the thing that their deck is built to do. Pride Malcolm in the middle. Ooh, I could put the horse! I could put the horse in this deck, finally! Crested Sunmare. It is a 5-mana 5/5 horse. There we go. Other horses you control have Indestructible. At the beginning of each end step, if you gained life this turn, create a 5/5 white horse creature token. So I could just... This deck has a lot of ways to gain life. I could just make a lot of horses. And all of those other horses, other than this one, have indestructible. Maybe. I've been looking for an excuse to put Crested Sunmare in a deck for a while now. Because I like that card. Hey! It's a Wrath effect that gives the victim of the Wrath some kind of benefit. That might be worth putting in here. It's Settle the Wreckage. 4-mana instant, exile all attacking creatures target player controls. That player may search his or her library for that many basic lands, put those cards onto the battlefield tapped, and search his or her library. So it's like, yeah, I'm getting rid of all of your attacking creatures, but think about it. Basic lands. How many you got in your deck? Oh, you already got all 4 of the basic lands that are in your deck? Not my problem. I made an offer. I've got Counterspell! Look at this fucking wizard! Oh, right! This printing says it's an interrupt. Counter target spell. Ooh! And right next to it, the Homeboy, Mana Tithe. Single white mana for an instant, counter target spell unless its controller pays 1 mana. Hope you didn't tap out for that, buddy. That'd be really embarrassing for you. Insurrection. Which card is Insurrection again? It has been so long. Thematic Compass. God, it's so slow, but I like this card. The Immortal Sun. Pretty alright card. Dusk to Dawn. So these cards are Aftermath cards. These cards were fucking weird. So you would cast the top half, like normal. So 4 mana, sorcery, destroy all creatures with power 3 or greater. And then the way that it was designed was you would then put it into your graveyard. So let's say, like, you know, let's say this was my graveyard. The way that it was designed was you would put this card into your graveyard sideways, so that even if it's not the top card in your graveyard, you could see the card that has Aftermath and see what it does and that it's available. And what the Aftermath does is you can cast it from your spell, you can cast it from your graveyard, and you know that's what the Aftermath cards were. You could cast the first part of it, and then you could cast the second part of it out of your graveyard. And the Aftermath is return all creature cards with power 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. That seems really good in this deck, actually. Because I'm pretty sure this deck just has a lot of little fellas. Yeah, like 1 power, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. This deck just has a ton of creatures that have low power. This card seems pretty rad in this deck, actually. So these are the cards that I'm looking at putting in here for right now. What else we got? And maybe Settle the Wreckage. This pile of cards is all cards that care about artifact stuff, because they are from the Brea deck, which is another one of the 4-color commander decks from the same year. She is every color except green, and she cares about artifacts. Local Palace, Temple of the False God is pretty fun. Got some cats. I have a non-tournament legal Wrath of God. If it has a gold border, that means it is not tournament legal. Destroy all creatures that can't be regenerated. It's not an illegal card, like, it's not a fake card, it's just a card that they made that was not supposed to be played in tournaments. So this card does have a bug on it, but this card is really good in Commander. So, Darksteel Mutation, 1 and a white for an aura. Enchant a creature. Enchanted creature is a 0/1 insect artifact creature token with indestructible and loses all abilities. So what you would use that for is you would cast Darksteel Mutation targeting somebody else's commander. So that way their commander can't be destroyed because it's indestructible and doesn't do anything. It's a rude thing to do, but it is a mechanically beneficial thing to do. Maybe I just put a big dumb mana sink into this deck, like Finale of Glory, which is a card that I like. X white for a sorcery. Create X 2/2 white soldier creature tokens with vigilance, and if X is 10 or more, also create X 4/4 white angel creature tokens with flying and vigilance. So if you cast this spell for 12 mana, then you get 10 angels, 10 white soldiers with vigilance. Pretty good. Oh yeah, I have a 5-color commander if I ever have cards to build that kind of deck. He's a 4-mana 4/3 flying human wizard, and you may pay white, blue, black, red, green, rather than pay the mana cost for spells you cast. So what this guy does is, if you have some way of generating one of every color of mana, you can spend one of every color of mana instead of any mana cost on a card. So you have a spell that costs 12 mana. Joda says, you got it, bud. 1 mana of each color, coming right up. Ooh. Goblin Spymaster. 3 mana 2/1 Goblin Rogue. At the beginning of each opponent's end step, that player creates a 1/1 red goblin creature token with creatures you control attack each combat if able. Creatures you control attack each combat if able. So, if you have this guy out and you pass it to your opponent goes, alright, I'm gonna do my turn. Great. Alright, at the end of that opponent's turn, you give them a 1/1 red goblin. And that goblin that they have, that they control, is going to force them to attack with all of their creatures on every turn that they still control one of these goblins. And you give them one every turn. So eventually they're going to have to start attacking with all of their creatures, as long as they do not continue to find ways of getting rid of that goblin and nothing else. Got another Sigarda's Aid. Ooh. Got a bunch of cats and ways of gaining life, which is all fine and dandy, but a lot of these are not exactly what this deck wants to do. Ooh! Let's go Divine Presence. Ooh. You can mostly make it out. If a source would deal 4 damage or more to a creature or player, that source deals 3 damage to that creature or player instead. So, if you have this card out and someone attacks, and if anyone attacks anyone else with a, 20 power creature, then that creature will instead deal 3 damage. Nope, you can't deal more than 3 damage. It's kind of funny. Maybe. Maybe it can go in there. You know what? I'm gonna put that into the maybe pile, I think. Hype train! Ooh! Palace Sentinels might be a pretty fun include in this deck. 4 mana Human Soldier. It has 2 power, 4 toughness. When it enters the battlefield, you become the Monarch. And what the Monarch is if you are the Monarch, at the end of your turn you draw a card. And if a creature deals combat damage to the player who is the Monarch, then that creature's controller becomes the Monarch. So if I become the Monarch and someone hits me with their creature, they become the Monarch. And so if I have ways of making it really expensive to attack me, that can be a fun way to just get to draw extra cards, or it can be a way to make everyone else attack each other over and over, trying to get the monarchy back. And I could just sit there and just not get the monarch back. I could just let everyone else fight over it, and while everyone else is fighting over it, they're, hurting each other, and I'm just like, y'all do what you're gonna do. And then I sneak in at the end for victory. Terminus. So, this card has a fancy border, because it does something interesting. 6 mana sorcery, put all creatures on the bottom of their owner's libraries. So that means they're not getting exiled, but also they're not dying. So they don't go to the graveyard where some effects can easily just get them back. No. They're back in their owner's decks, which can be even more difficult to get them back in some ways. But the interesting thing, the reason why this card has a fancy border, is it has Miracle, which means if it is the first card you draw in a turn, you can cast it for its Miracle cost. So, with Terminus, if you draw, first card you draw in a turn is Terminus, you can cast it for a single mana, and just put everything back on the bottom of their owner's libraries. Just be like, all those creatures are going away. You can get them back later, but for right now, they're going away. Here's one of the cards that I was looking for that says you win the game on it. Felidar Sovereign is a 4 mana 4/6 cat beast. Can we get there? We got there. 6 mana 4/6 cat beast, 4 and 2 white. It has vigilance and lifelink, and at the beginning of your upkeep, if you have 40 or more life, you win the game. In Commander, you start with 40 life. So if you get this guy out early, and nobody else can deal damage to you, or you're gaining a bunch of life, you win the game. How easy is it to pull that off? Pretty easy, because you start at 40, yeah. Or at least much easier than it should be. The way that they design cards nowadays, usually for that kind of effect, they have now changed the wording to, if you have X amount of life more than your starting life total. So that's one way to get around it. There's another card somewhere in here that has a similar effect. Where is he? We got this funny little guy. Sarah Ascendant is a human monk for a single white mana. He's only a 1/1, and he has lifelink. But as long as you have 30 or more life, Sarah Ascendant gets +5/+5 and has flying. So what you do in Commander is, on the first turn, you play Sarah Ascendant, you start with 40 life, so on turn 1 you get a 6/6 flying lifelink. And then you just start hitting people with it. And people tend to not like that. Oh yeah, so I had mentioned in person when I was talking about Magic a few days ago, silver-bordered cards are not legal in tournaments, because silver-bordered cards are how they used to indicate whether a card was from one of the joke sets, the unsets they call them, which are just sets that are full of cards that are just jokes or you know, stuff like that. Stuff that's not supposed to be put into tournaments, right? This is a silver-bordered card from Unstable. It's called Crowstorm. It costs 3 mana, 2 and a blue, for a sorcery. Create a 1/2 blue bird creature with flying named Stormcrow. Stormcrow is a creature that has been printed many times over Magic's lifespan. It is a very old creature that's just, hey, it is a flying creature, it only has 1 power and 2 toughness, and it only costs 2 mana. It's 1 and a blue for a Stormcrow. So this is Crow Storm. So you make a Stormcrow, and then it has Storm, which says, when you cast this spell, copy it for each spell cast before it this turn. So, Stormcrow, Crowstorm, you get to make a bunch of Stormcrows using Storm, which is a very powerful mechanic. You get to... There's, in a deck that wants to play Storm cards, you can usually cast, like, you know, 7 or 8 spells in a turn pretty easily. Oh hey, this is fun. Angel of Grace. 5 mana Angel. It has Flash and Flying. There we go. 5 mana, 5/4 Angel, with Flash and Flying. When it enters the battlefield, until end of turn, damage that would reduce your life total to less than 1 reduces it to 1 instead. And then you can pay 6 mana and exile it out of your graveyard, if it's in your graveyard, and your life total becomes 10. So, you need to have 5 mana, but if you have 5 mana available and you're about to die, then you can cast that card and not die. Which is better than dying. Oh hell yeah, oh hell yeah. The rest of my playset of Mana Tithe. Nobody expects Mana Tithe. You fools. How dare you use all of your available mana to cast a spell? I'll show you what's what. How many times have you gotten someone with Tithe? More than you'd think and less than you'd hope. At least, like, 3 times. But not a whole lot more than that. Woo! Grim Lavamancer, which has really cool art. Woo! Lightning Bolt! Let's go. Lightning Bolt deals 3 damage to target creature or player. You'll love to see it. Oh, this one's fun. It's not good for this deck, but it is a fun card. I knew I shouldn't have opened up the good cards box. I'm just looking at cool cards now. Insult. 3 mana sorcery. Damage can't be prevented this turn. If a source you control would deal damage this turn, it deals double that damage instead. And then injury. You can pay 3 mana for a sorcery. It deals 2 damage to target creature and 2 damage to target player. So, you don't really need injury. Why is the card like that? I explained this not too long ago, but I guess you weren't paying attention. Ooh, not paying attention alert. Gotcha. Okay. Oh well. Yeah, okay. Here's the thing. You cast Insult. Alright? And Insult is just a normal magic card. It only exists up top here. Right? And then you put it in your graveyard. So, for example, I'll just use the same setup. I was busy drawing someone chugging olive oil. You're right, that was more important. Okay, so you cast Insult, and then Injury is hanging out in your graveyard. And so, you put it into your graveyard like this, so that you can easily see, even after something else goes into your graveyard, you can still see that Injury is there. You can see that it's available and what it does because you cast it out of your graveyard. So, you cast it, goes to the graveyard, and even after other stuff has gone to the graveyard, you can easily see what it does. It's a very cool card design. They're probably never going to do it again, because a lot of people did not like it. But I think it's neat. Ooh, cool werewolf. Or he's not even a werewolf, he's just a wolf man. Overwhelming Stampede. Until end of turn, creatures you control gain trample and +X, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. One of the most classic green win conditions. Because you cast that and you have a big creature, and then all of your other creatures get big, and then you just attack for everything. Alright. It is pretty funny looking through my multicolored cards, because so many of the multicolored cards that I have are white and black. So it's like white and black, red and white, white black, white black, white black, white black, white green, white black. I've got a better variety in here than expected, but more white-black. White-black. Oh yeah, Kasali Ambusher is a really fun card. So he is a 3-mana 2/3 Cat Warrior with Reach. If a creature is attacking you and you control a forest and a plains, they can be the same card, by the way. If you control a land that is a forest and a plains, that counts. If a creature is attacking you and you control a forest and a plains, you may play Kasali Ambusher without paying its mana cost as though it had flash. So if your opponent is attacking you because they think you don't have any mana available, all of your creatures that could block are tapped down because you attacked or something, and they attack you thinking they're safe, and haha, gotcha. I have a free cat. Ooh, one of the most hated cards in Commander. This little old man is here to fuck up your day. Come on. Oh, you can mostly read it, right? 2-mana 2/2 Kithkin Advisor. Non-creature spells with converted mana cost 4 or greater can't be played. Non-creature spells with X in their mana cost can't be played. So you know how earlier I was talking about how a lot of people like Commander because this is the format where you get to play all of your big, dumb, expensive cards? Gaddock Teague says, no. You don't get to. You don't have to spend a counterspell to stop your opponents from casting their big dumb spells. It's just, if you have Gaddock Teague out on the battlefield, you just say, no, no, no. Nope, stop. Sounds like a really annoying floodgate? You're right. Man. Genesis Chamber would be such a fun card to play in this deck with certain cards, but the problem is that the card that I want to play this card with doesn't really work in the rest of this deck, and I'll explain it to you. So let me find the other half. Cool. All right. So this is the other half. Doesn't see much play outside of Commander. Yeah, Gaddock Teague doesn't really see a ton of play outside of Commander, and even then, he doesn't see as much play in Commander as he used to, but I feel like there are some hateful individuals who still do anyways. Okay, here's the 2-card fun stuff, alright? Genesis Chamber is a 2-mana artifact. Whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield, if Genesis Chamber is untapped, that creature's controller creates a 1/1 colorless mirror artifact creature token. So, what this means is, as long as I have Genesis Chamber and it's untapped, then anytime anyone casts a non-creature anytime a non-token creature enters the battlefield, whether it was cast, whether it was exiled and then returned, whether it went to the graveyard and came back, or like whether you got it directly from your library out of onto the battlefield. Any reason that the creature is entering the battlefield, Genesis Chamber says, "Hey, you just made a non-token creature enter the battlefield. Here you go. Here is a 1/1 artifact creature. Here's a 1/1 artifact creature token." Which seems like, you know, if you expect that you're going to have a lot more non-token creatures entering the battlefield than your opponents, you would get more benefit out of it. Still probably not a great card, even then. But what I wanted to do with this card was I wanted to play an effect like this, where I'm just giving my opponents like a bunch of creatures, a bunch of value, a bunch of benefits out of playing creatures and stuff. Is like, you know, hey, every time you get a creature, you get a bonus creature. Great! Don't you love it? And then I want to play a card like Rampaging Ferocidon. It is a 3-mana red dinosaur. It is a 3/3. It has Menace, and says, whenever another creature enters the battlefield, Rampaging Ferocidon deals 1 damage to that creature's controller. And if that's where it ended, great, perfect, no notes, I would play this in a heartbeat. However, it also has another line of text that says, players can't gain life. And that's a losing proposition for me, because if I were to play these 2 cards, then I would want to have ways of generating creating a bunch of these creatures, except I gain life, so that I don't die from doing shit like this, but all of my opponents do. But I would probably be hurt more from not being able to gain life than any of my opponents, so not worth it, but it would be funny. So let's put in Genesis Chamber back. What else we got? We got some talismans, which can either tap for a colorless mana, or one of either 2 colors of mana, except it deals a damage to you. So, pretty decent balancing act there. Solemn Simulacrum, classic commander card. 4 mana 2/2 artifact Golem. Whenever he enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, put that card onto the battlefield tapped, and shuffle your library, and when he dies, you get to draw a card. So, he's colorless, so you can play him in any deck, and he does a thing that's just good to do in Commander, of you get to have more mana, and when he dies, you draw a card. Oh hey, I was talking about 5-color decks a little bit earlier. How about Legacy Weapon? Come on. Come on. God damn it. Alright. Legacy Weapon is a 7-mana artifact. It's a legendary artifact, so you can only have the 1. You can pay 1 of each color of mana and exile a permanent. And you can do that for as many times as you have 1 of each color of mana. And if it would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, you can reveal it and shuffle it into your library instead. So if you have to, like, mill cards, which is put them directly from your library into the graveyard, while you're doing that, if you reveal Legacy Weapon, you can say, no, I don't want that in the graveyard, put it back in my deck. Just got a bunch of pretty alright artifacts and lands and stuff. Nothing super worth talking about, I think. I think out of all of the cards that I might want to try and put into this deck, I think I've already gone through most of them. Yeah, so these are parts of a white-black modern deck that I was playing for a little while. Ooh! I have my pile of legendary creatures. So this pile is... Well, there's a couple of non-legendary creatures, but a lot of this pile is just legendary creatures. So this pile of cards can be pretty handy for just, like, building decks out of, because it's just like, hey, I'm gonna make a deck that this lady is good, like, is the commander of, because she says whenever an aura or equipment you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you may return that card to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. So you can play her with a bunch of auras, and then if your creature ever dies, your auras go to the graveyard, and she's like, oh, well, no sense letting those auras go to waste. Let's pick all those back up. This guy gives your historic spells flash, so legendary spells, artifact spells, sagas, you can cast all of those at instant speed as long as you control this guy. So you can build a deck around that. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, wizards you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. That's pretty funny. You could play Yargle, Glutton of Urborg. 5 mana for a legendary frog spirit. He's a 9/3. And that's it. Yargle is not a good card, but he is a funny card. I think this is probably the good commander that I have in this pile of various commanders. I think Tatyova still sees play as a popular commander. She is a 5-mana legendary merfolk druid. She has 3 power, 3 toughness. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you gain a life and draw a card. That is, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, for any reason, you get to gain a life and draw a card. Which, as you might be able to put together, that's real good. What's the number of toughness that's good for a big creature that doesn't also neuter it? It used to be 4, because a lot of sources of damage would deal... A lot of common sources of damage would deal 3 damage to things, but sources that deal 4 damage to a creature have become more and more common in recent times. In Commander, if you want your creature to be really safe from various amounts of damage, then you want your creature to have 14 toughness. And the reason why you want a creature to have 14 toughness specifically is because of a specific card that sees a pretty... It sees play pretty frequently. And that card is Blasphemous Act. Can we get it to focus? Yeah! So, this is a 9-mana sorcery. It costs 8 and a red. But it costs 1 mana less to cast for each creature on the battlefield, and it deals 13 damage to each creature. So... there's a lot of ways to get around that. Like, you can give a creature indestructible, which means damage won't kill it. You can give that creature protection from red. You can give that creature, like, prevent the damage that the next source would deal to it. There are various ways that you can protect a creature from 13 damage. But just having a lot of toughness is not gonna cut it in most circumstances. Like, this deck could actually make a creature that is big enough to survive all 13 damage of that like Chasm Skulker. He starts off as a 1/1, but he gets +1/+1 counter on him for every time you draw a card. So that's a pretty good way to make a creature that just gets very big. And this deck has a couple of cards like that. But yeah. So, I'm not entirely sure which cards I would cut for these various cards, if any, because maybe it'd be better for me to just try and leave this deck as close to, like, how it came in the box as possible. Just to mean... That probably means that it is as balanced as it's gonna get, but... You know, maybe at some point, now that I have friends around here who theoretically will play Magic, maybe I could just, like, take this deck out every now and then and be like, hey, who wants to play the Group Hug deck? And over time, maybe people are like, the Group Hug deck seems a little underpowered. And I'm like, okay, if that's the case, then we can go through and we can start trying to put in some better cards to make the deck more competitive against the other decks that are being played and all that jazz. That's one of the nice things about Commander and all that. Well, that's another thing that I've been thinking about. Since me and my friends are going to be playing... since we're going to be opening up 6 pre-release kits tomorrow, that's a lot of new cards, 15 cards per pack and all that. Maybe out of all of those cards, there will be some new cards that would be really good in this deck. Hey! Maybe there would be cards that would be good to include in several of my decks, and I just go through and I start tinkering with all the various Commander decks that I have lying around. Try and find all of the pieces to the Brea deck, and try and get another Precon reassembled, and then maybe start tinkering with that one, and just be like, hey, friends who might want to play Commander with me, if you want to make some changes to one of these decks, like there's a card that you just really never enjoy playing or something like that, then, here, you can be like the main person who plays this deck, and here, whatever changes you want to make, here's all of the cards that are available. Here are all of my cards. Make some changes as you desire. And that kind of fun stuff. Alright. Quick test. If I take these cards out of this box, can I fit this amount of cards in here? Probably, actually. Oh. What was this pile again? This was cards that might have gone into the Kemba deck. So it would be nice if I could fit these cards alongside these cards, but let's see. I don't want to cram them in here. But if I can fit both of these decks and the various pieces of the other pre-constructed decks... Hey! Look at that! Excellent! So this is just a nice, convenient little box of various Commander cards. I'm gonna have to figure out where to put these, but... Excellent. Oh god, my warm tea has gotten cold, and my cold tea has gotten warm. Because here's the problem when I do stuff where I'm just talking about magic, is that I'll just keep talking. There's not a ton of breaks for me to take, for me to just, like, rehydrate, because I'm just not thinking about it. The liquids are now perfectly balanced. Now mix them together! Oh god. Oh, right. This deck box. There was at least one more thing for me to talk about here. So this deck box is, I believe, the only proof that I won a competitive Magic, or the only proof that I performed well at a competitive Magic event. Bam! So there was a competitive limited event that I went and participated in at my local game store back when I lived, like, very close, just walking distance to a card shop. It was like less than a 5-minute walk to the card shop at one place that I lived in that area. But I entered a draft, and I believe I went basically undefeated in that draft. I was on an absolute tear. I was doing fantastic. And for getting to the top 8 of players, because it was a pretty big event, I got this deck box. So I got the top 8 deck box. And then, in order to actually win the event, the top 8 players then did another draft, and I did terrible in that draft. Oops. These things happen. Now I need to find a place for all of these perfect fit sleeves, because I did not want to double sleeve my Kemba deck. It is not good enough for that. I got these random tokens lying around that I need to find a place for. I've got these soon-to-be tokens. Oh, there's actually a product that some Magic content creators that I enjoy watching will use, called Infinitokens. And what they are is, they're basically this size, but they are like a little dry erase surface. So, like, you get dry erase markers and a little eraser, and you just draw your token at the moment that you need it. And then once you're done using that token, like once the game is over, you can just erase the token and reuse it indefinitely. Which seems like a fun product. And maybe if we start playing a bunch more Commander, or just a bunch more Magic in general, that might be a worthwhile investment. A friend of yours played against had those. They're fun! Because, like, with these cards, it's like, you know, you're probably gonna draw on them with ink, and if you do, then, you know, if you fuck up, then that is stuck on there forever, and, like, the card might just be wasted, and, you know, with these ones, you want to do a good job. With Infinitokens, you could be like, I need a treasure token. Fucking $sign on a coin, and there's my treasure. Oh my goodness. I love Magic so much. I love playing Magic, so, you know, I'll do Magic Arena streams fairly frequently. Well, you know, not fairly frequently, but every time there's a new set on Magic Arena, I usually want to do a stream or two of that, because it's a lot of fun. But I also just love playing with physical cards, because, like, it's definitely a different feeling. Like, Teddy, who was hanging out in chat there for a while, and also plays a good bit of Magic. Doesn't really like Magic Arena because it's so impersonal. Like, you're not having this direct conversation with someone like across the table from you, which can be nice sometimes, actually. But it's definitely a lot more impersonal. Ah, there he is, Teddy. So it can be a lot more impersonal, and just like getting your hands on the physical cards, like, my hands are a bit sweaty and a little grimy just from touching dusty card boxes, but I'll tell you, like, let me just take some of these cards out, and just like having these cards in my hands, there's a certain like really nice tactile feeling to them of just like being able to filter through them like that, and then, you know, once they're out on the battlefield, just like, all right, so I'm gonna tap, and just being able to like fiddle around with them. My ADHD ass fucking loves just having things to touch and goof around with. So I enjoy playing paper Magic quite a bit. Downside, paper Magic costs a lot more than playing Magic on Arena, or like playing through some not entirely legitimate means. You know, various online forms of playing Magic where it's just like, oh, you have all of the cards. You have access to all of the cards, but even in situations like that, it's never quite the same. And it's just like, I'm sitting here with some cards, and like I got my lands, I got my creatures and my other permanents out here, I got my deck, I've got my graveyard, and I can just be like, alright, so I've got this, and then I can look through my graveyard, and when I draw a card, it's just like, bam. It's different. The cost is why you're never going to bother with the game. I mean, Magic at its core is still a very fun game to play. Sorry, I keep hitting the table. You might be getting some mic sounds from that. But, Magic is a fun game, so even if you just play on Magic Arena, like, you can gradually build up a pretty good collection and have some really good times on Magic Arena, especially if you've got people around who also play Magic Arena. Like, me and Lawyer Dog will play Magic Arena pretty frequently, but we mostly play a community-made format, because the community-made format is really fun, of just like, you have access to most of the cards that exist on Magic Arena. You don't have to worry about, oh, which ones are in Standard, which ones are banned in Historic, and all that stuff. And since it's a singleton format, you benefit from just having like one of a bunch of different goofy cards that you can mess around with. Just get you a printer and a bunch of cardstock and ink cartridges. Burke, if you want to start making proxies, all the power to you. But 1, printers suck. 2, that stuff still costs money. Like, depending on what cards you are making proxies of, you could end up spending more on making proxies than just buying the cards. I mean, that's probably not going to be the case, just because, you know, we have so many cards already, but it is a hassle because most printers are garbage. Lawyer Dog, I had Lawyer Dog make me some printed off proxies with our printer, and he told me it was quite the nightmare to get it to go. Also, yeah, you can't use proxies at any sanctioned Magic event. Sanctioned being, like, officially supported by Wizards of the Coast in some way, shape, or form. Left Shark returns, yeah. Left Shark has protected my tokens for quite some time now. He's my hero. But yeah, proxies can be a really good way to just get access to some cards for just playing around with your friends. And playing with proxies is a-okay, as long as you're not using them in official tournaments. And even in some official tournaments, like, maybe you should be able to use proxies anyways, because there's, like, vintage and legacy tournaments where, you know, some of these deck lists cost $60,000. And that's a lot of money to be spending on 75 Magic cards, because you have the 60 in the deck itself and then 15 in the sideboard. Yeah, like, that's usually how I would handle proxies, is, like, I'm not going to use proxies as an excuse to, well, maybe if I were to play, like, Canadian Highlander with Lawyer Dog or something goofy like that, but most of the time it's like, I'm not going to use proxies as an excuse to just shove all of my decks just full of all of the best, most expensive cards. Because sometimes you do that and you just end up in an arms race, and then you're playing, like, super high-powered decks all the time, and that's... You know, you can end up over-competitive in that kind of environment, but it's just like, hey, this random card that makes my deck idea work costs, like, $60. I'm not going to go out and spend $60 on one card out of, you know, my 100-card commander deck. And sometimes... you know, that's fine. Or just, hey, I'm not committed to playing a lot of Magic, so I don't really want to start buying a bunch of cards, and then I'm just gonna make proxies. That's totally fine. However you want to do it is totally fine. Me personally, my perspective on it is, I generally don't want to use proxies as an excuse to just get a bunch of, like, powerful messed up cards just for the sake of having better and more powerful cards in my deck. If I'm working under a budget, that's often, like, a pretty fun limitation. You know, there's a lot of decks that I could make with all of the cards that I already have. It would take way too long for me to pile up all of my Magic cards on my desk, and also, I worry about the structural integrity of me trying to shove all of my Magic cards onto this desk, because I've got a lot of fucking Magic cards. But, as someone who has been playing for, like, 6 years now, a lot of how I get my cards is by playing Magic. So, like, what me and Lawyer Dog used to do is we would often go to pre-release events where, like, the set isn't out yet. It's a pre-release event where you go in and you play in a 3-round tournament with a bunch of other people, and all of these people have theoretically never played with the cards from that set because they're not out yet. And everybody at the event gets 6 packs of cards. And if you win your games, then you get more packs of cards as prizes. And so we would go to, like, several of these events on the weekend. It was, you know, $25 to enter each of these events. That's not super cheap, but we're also just paying $25 to enter the event in the first place. So, you know, we each pay $25, so $50, and then if we win a lot, which we often did, because we were fairly good, then we would get a bunch of extra cards as prizes. So we would usually get at least $50 worth of cards from each of these events. And so that way, we're buying Magic cards, really, for all intents and purposes, but also we are entering these events to play in these events. Like, you know, we were each paying $25 to go have fun playing Magic. Sorry, must have misheard you. Thought you said 60,000. Yeah, no, vintage and legacy decks, there are a bunch of decks in much older formats like that that could cost tens of thousands of dollars because, you know, a single Black Lotus is pretty fucking expensive on its own. Let's check MTG Goldfish. What are the popular decks in Vintage? So the top 3 decks in the Vintage format from the last 30 days. Mono White Initiative costs $60,000. Sorry, $59,991 estimated value. Blue Tinker, estimated value $82,191. Ooh, we got a budget deck up in the top 5. We've got Doomsday, only costs $51,991. Wow, how affordable. So being able to get proxies for that kind of deck, probably good. Because you gotta keep in mind, most of the value in these decks comes from a set of, like, 7 cards. Yeah, so, like, the creatures in this deck. For Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, that is $3.16. And I'm pretty sure that's $3.16 for the whole set of them. 4 Anointed Peacekeepers, that's $2. White Plume Adventurer, $6. Solitude, $110 for the playset. Pretty expensive, but, you know, not super crazy for a card as popular as that. And then you continue down the list and you see, what artifacts are you playing? Oh, Black Lotus? Oh, $17,000 for one Black Lotus? Oh, Mox Emerald? $7,200. Mox Jet? $7,700. Mox Pearl? $3,900. Yeah. And, you know, if you are, like, some Vintage events will allow, like, a certain number of proxies, because it's just like, if you want to be competitive in these events, you're usually going to have to use some amount of proxies. Or you're going to have to use some amount of these, like, super expensive cards. So it's just like, hey, you can have 5 proxies. But even then, you know, if you've got 10 cards in your deck list that you need proxies for, then someone who can afford the original cards are not hitting that proxy limit. So they are not limited in deck building in the same way that you are. So it's a complicated thing. But, you know, in a casual context, the way that me and Lawyer Dog built most of our collection is just we would go and do drafts. We would do these pre-release events, which were sealed, which is just... Sealed is you get 6 packs, and you open them, and those are the cards that you have available. Those plus basic lands are the cards that you have available to make your deck. Draft is, you open a pack, you have 3 packs, you open a pack, you take 1 card out of the pack, pass it to your left, and repeat that until all of the cards in that pack are taken. And then you open the next pack and you do it again, and then you open the next pack and do it again, and those are your cards available for building a deck. So, you know, you're paying for your entry into the event, so you're paying for, at the minimum, the packs of cards that you're using to play in the event, and then probably an entry fee which goes towards prizes. So, we're paying to play in the event and have fun playing Magic in that way. And then if we do well, we get extra prizes, but no matter how well we do, we at least get to keep the cards in those packs that we opened. And just doing a lot of those over time, we built up a collection of Magic cards that ended up being worth a lot of money. And it was never like, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna buy this $200 card, or I'm gonna buy this playset of $50 cards. It was always just like, well, what cards do I have available? Alright, well, I can make most of this deck out of the cards that I have available. I need to pick up, like, 8 to 10 cards, and, like, that's a total of, like, $20. And then I have now made a deck for, you know, I only went out and bought individual cards for a total value of, like, $20. Technically, to acquire all of the cards that I already had, I spent several $100s, but that was over months and years of just playing. So, it's not a hobby. Like, Magic is not a hobby where you just immediately need to go out and spend several $100s on picking up, like, a bunch of cards, all of the best cards, and stuff like that. Because even when you're playing just... There's a lot of commander decks out there that'll cost several... This deck right here costs like $600-700. And basically all of its value was either cards I already had, or cards that I bought using money that I got by selling cards. But you don't even need this. You don't even need, like... Oh, I gradually build up my... I gradually build myself up to a deck that is worth several $100s, because this deck, the group hug deck that I was poking around at, this deck was $40, and you could just buy it like right off the shelf. Like, you pay $40 for this deck, you put it in some protective sleeves, and then usually what would happen is, like, this deck that cost 40 cards, or this deck that cost $40, has like $80 worth of value in cards. So, like, maybe some of the more expensive cards in the deck you don't actually want to be playing, so you could trade or sell that card for other cards that you do want to be playing. So, for a lot of Magic players, it's not, I'm spending a lot of money on this one thing right now. It's, I am buying this pre-constructed deck because I want to play the pre-constructed deck, and maybe I'll tinker with it after the fact. But buying that pre-constructed deck, usually you end up with more than its value, more than its cost in cards. Or you go to a draft, and if you do well at the draft, you definitely will end up with more value in cards than whatever you paid to enter into the event in. So you just gradually accumulate value, and you accumulate value by spending money on, like, discrete things that you are going to participate in and enjoy. Right? I do not go enter into a draft just to, like, earn money or to, like, get value. I go to the draft because drafting is fun. I don't buy the commander deck because the commander deck actually is worth $80 when it only costs $40. I buy the commander deck because I want to play it. And then I play it. And great. So, it's definitely a money sink. Like, I'm not going to lie and say, like, oh, Magic is actually super cheap, but it's a hobby, you know? It's a hobby, and most hobbies are just something that you gradually put, invest in for further enjoyment. And even then, like, you could just play with your friends' cards if you hang out with a bunch of friends that just have a lot of Magic cards. Like, I have a friend who, what he would do was he would buy one of every card from every new set that would come out. And, like, sometimes he would buy some extra stuff here and there, but for the most part, it's just, like, he would buy, like, the pre-constructed decks and stuff like that. So that way, his friends would come over and it's just like, hey, let's play Magic. Cool. And then he just points to his shelf covered in Magic decks and just like, which deck do you want to play? And it's like, I want to play this deck, but do you think we could add in, like, these couple of cards? And it's like, yeah, sure. So he goes and he finds those couple of cards, which he will have one of each. And, you know, switch out some cards for those. And that seems like a pretty good way to be, like, the Magic host, if you have that kind of money and interest to invest into it regularly. I went to the movies a few times and got enough clips to make a movie to beat up my friends' movies. Sure. you know, if you're really good at going to the movies, then every time you go to the movies, you're getting like a movie and a half worth of value. So then you can use that value to pay for your next movie ticket, and then you just go to them, and then you just keep going to the movies, and you only paid for one movie. Shit, I've gone to the movies 5 times. I only paid for going to the movies once. And there's definitely people who will do that kind of thing. Like, people who are just really good at draft. You can go infinite when drafting if you're good enough. Like, if you're always winning, like, if you're always just getting 3 wins, 0 losses every time you're drafting, usually going undefeated, you could just, instead of prize packs, a lot of stores will offer store credit. So then it's like, hey, I went undefeated, cool, you got like $15 in store credit. Or you can take these packs, or you can get, you know, $15 in store credit. Well, the draft costs 12. So, you know, I pay for another draft, I'm still up store credit from where I started in the first place. So, yeah. Magic is a complicated thing, but I love playing magical cards, so I keep doing it. Thank you again for funding tomorrow's event, Cult, which I'm gonna go ahead and talk about because we are just at... I'm doing crimes, gonna steal magic cards to pay off college. I knew a guy in university who paid for his tuition by flipping people's magic collections. Like, he would find people selling like entire collections worth of magic cards on like Craigslist and shit like that for like $100, $200. He would buy that. He was just like, oh, I just got these magic cards lying around. He would buy that, and then he would go through the entire collection and find like 6 or 7 cards that are a total, or maybe he'll just find enough cards throughout that entire collection where, you know, he paid $100 and $200 and he's getting like $400 worth of cards out of it. And he just did that like really aggressively. Like, that was basically his grift. That was his gig. So he would just do that all the time, and he earned enough money to pay for college. Whatever you gotta do. Oh, what's the average price of a card? Might look at that. I would not recommend trying to do that unless you are very knowledgeable about magic cards. This guy had been playing since he was like 12, and he was like super learned on the magic economy. Like, he put a lot of time and effort into it. Yeah, like, that was just something that he spent a lot of time on regularly. Because sometimes he would buy a collection and it would just be complete, like, chaff. It's basically the same thing as just, like, going and buying storage lockers and trying to find anything of value out of these storage lockers and selling those off and all that. Like, you need to know what things are worth. You need to know where you can get that value or more. And you also need to, like, raise enough capital to pay for if you ever just miss. Just like, hey, I paid $2,500 for this storage locker, and there was, like, $200 worth of shit in it. Or there could be $2,500 worth of shit in it, but, like, $2,000 of it is all in a single item that you are just not able to sell to anyone, because nobody's interested. Like, technically the value is really high, but if you just can't find a buyer, you know? It's a complicated thing. Anyways. That's it. I need to go hydrate and take a break because I've been talking for almost 4.5 hours straight. Upcoming streams. No stream on Saturday. Because I'm gonna be playing Magic. I'm gonna be playing physical Magic cards with all my buddies. They keep saying, like, oh, just find a way to set up and stream it, but I don't want to. I don't. Maybe next time, maybe sometime I will do a physical, like, actually playing physical Magic cards with someone else stream at some point. But for right now, I don't want to worry about that. I just want to play Magic cards with my friends. So no stream on Saturday. No stream on Sunday either, because I usually don't. Monday, depending on the, like, whether my video card gets here on Monday, maybe I'll figure out some way of doing a fucking, video card unboxing and installation stream or some nonsense like that. But if I don't end up doing something like that, it's just going to be Dave the Diver. Tuesday is going to be more Judgment, and then I'm pretty sure I will have my new video card by next Thursday, so there's going to be a couple of streams coming up over the next few weeks of me just... I want to go through and play, like, just do some one-offs of some games. Just like, hey, like, Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not going to stream my entire playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, but I want to stream a little bit of it. And having the new video card will be a great excuse to do stuff like that for a little while. So we're still going to have Dave the Diver and Judgment ongoing. But I'm going to try and keep the other two slots free for a little bit until I work through some of this backlog. So that's the plan. That's what we're going through. Thanks again to Nyoho Zeppeli for the follow. Thanks again to Dan for the 5 gift subs and $25 donation. And thank you so much to everyone for hanging out with me tonight. I know just me sitting there talking about Magic cards that are often, like, too far away from the camera to read, or just not in focus at all, might not be the most exciting content, but it seemed like it might be interesting enough. Probably not going to do it too often, so don't worry. Don't unfollow. But yeah, raid. Who we raiding? Where we dropping? It is almost 1 in the morning, so I figure a lot of people are asleep. Ooh! Mike is streaming, but he's looking at some bullshit. So, y'all can... If y'all want to go see what Jabroni Mike is up to, you can do that on your own. Thorn is streaming? Cool. Thorn Gabo? I don't think I have rated them before. Thorn Gabo. What's Thorn doing? I don't know. They were a recommendation, so I will believe you. Thanks again, everyone, for showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that good stuff, and hopefully I will see you all again on Monday. Have a good one.